So we'll get started fairly soon, but I do apologize. We're probably going to get started in about 5 to 10 minutes. So please bear with us. So, thank you all for being patient with us on this wonderfully rainy day that we need so badly for our drought. So, I'd like to welcome and thank everyone for coming today. I'm calling the California Building Standards Commission meeting to order. Pam, would you please call the roll?
Secretary Badger,
Here?
Commissioner Barthman,
Present.
Commissioner Booth,
Here.
Commissioner Carson, Commissioner Klossbuckner,
Here.
Commissioner Mickelton, Commissioner Roberts,
Here.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Here.
Commissioner Winkle,
Here.
Commissioner Patel,
Here.
Commissioner Santillan.
Here.
Thank you, Pam. We do have a quorum. And I would like to ask Commissioner Klossbuckner to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Commissioner. Before we get underway, I just want to remind the commissioners to please, when speaking, make sure that you announce your name, speak slowly, so we're able to certainly record. I will remind anyone that testifies to do the same. And I think that's probably, we are going to be taking a break at 12. We do have an extra room available for us for purposes of luncheon, and then we will reconvene promptly at 1 p.m. All right. I'd also like to remind the public to please complete the request to address the commission form. The form is buff-colored, looks like this, located at the back of the table. Staff, either side, Mia and Pam can pick up your cards. So please, if you intend to address the commission, please fill out a card. That would be most helpful, and I thank you. So the first rulemaking proposal being heard today is is agenda item 3A by the California Energy Commission. This proposal contains amendments to the 2016 California Administrative Code, Part 1, Title 24, for energy efficiency standards. As an adopting agency, the California Energy Commission approved these regulations at their October 16, 2015 California Energy Commission meeting. Building Standards Law, Health and Safety Code Section 18930B, requires the Building Standards Commission review the process by which the Energy Commission adopted building standards for compliance with the Administrative Procedures Act and the Building Standards Law. They are now requesting the Building Standards Commission's approval that the rulemaking process they administered meets the intent of the Administrative Procedures Act and is ready for publication into Title 24. Good morning.
Yes?
Excuse me. Oh. Yeah, I am so sorry. I didn't ask for approval for the October 24th?
October 21st.
Excuse me 1 minute. We need to ask for approval for the October 21st, 2015 meeting.
Barthman, move approval.
Is there a second?
Santillan, second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the meeting minutes for the October 21st, 2015 meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, I'm sorry. Not anxious, eager. My English teacher would correct that error that is made all too often. I'm eager to get going, so I just skipped right through that agenda item. Okay, so the Energy Commission representatives are here before us. Will you please introduce yourself to the commission and provide an overview as I explained you would? Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners, Madam Secretary. I'm Mazi Shirak. I'll be presenting Part 1 and 6 of the Title 24 Building Energy Efficiency Standards.
My name's Peter Straight. I'll be presenting the Part 11 amendments.
Rebecca Westmore, Assistant Chief Counsel for the California Energy Commission.
Okay, thank you.
So with that, I can get started.
Yes.
Again, I'm Mazi Shirak. I was the project manager for the 2016 update of the building energy efficiency standards. With the 2016 standards, which was adopted by the Energy Commission in 2015, we had four guiding principles. The first one was to make a significant progress towards the governor's zero net energy goal, which is for the residential building would be the year 2020, and for non-residential building the year 2030. The primary focus of the 2016 standards was the residential buildings and not non-residential, even though we
Sir,
did have.
let me have you slow down just a tad, okay? So you're able to record everything.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
So the primary focus was on residential building, but we did have a number of non-residential measures that we considered. Another goal was to clarify and simplify the code as much as we could. We also established a very close collaboration with the various stakeholders, including CBIA and labor. And we tried to do everything possible to maintain the effective date of the standards in line with the rest of the building code. The Z&E goals for this cycle included several energy efficiency measures, which included high-performance attics, high-performance walls, inclusion of tankless or instantaneous water heaters as the basis for the prescriptive and performance standards, and also taking advantage of the LED lighting technology by including high-efficacy lighting and controls throughout the house. These four measures together resulted in an energy savings of up to 28% for residential buildings. And we also incorporated renewables, in particular photovoltaics, as a measure for meeting the Z&E goals. The non-residential measures generally included aligning with ASHRAE 90.1 so we can keep up with the national standards and not fall behind. These measures together will reduce the electricity demand and will help the state during the critical peak periods. In the first year of the effective date of the standards, we will save more than 600 gigawatt hours of electricity. And throughout the life of the standards, we can avoid 12 new power plant, 500 megawatts combined cycle power plants. We again try to streamline and simplify the code as much as possible. In particular, we put a lot of effort in simplifying and streamlining the non-residential lighting alterations, which was a significant topic that we considered, and we worked very closely with our stakeholders. And the collaboration was a main goal of these standards, and in particular, we worked very closely with CBIA and labor. With CBIA, we actually held, in addition to our normal staff workshops, we had several joint forums. And the purpose of those forums was to invite the industry, which was the builders and the equipment manufacturers, to join with the commission so we could reach the Z&E goals. It was an extremely successful effort. And I think CBIA would agree with that. Another major accomplishment was to actually adopt the tools that are needed for the effective date. And these tools, which include our software tools and the residential and non-residential compliance manuals, were approved by the Energy Commission last November, more than a year ahead of the effective date, which will enable us to have the effective date in line with the rest of the building code. So with that, I'd like to request your approval for parts 1 and 6, and with that, I'm ready to answer any questions. And I also have a letter here from Bob Bramer who couldn't be here today because of a knee surgery, and he wants me to read that into the record. So I can do that when it's appropriate.
Okay. Do you want to read the letter into the record now?
Yes, the letter is dated January 12th, is addressed to Mazi Shirak and Mr. Michael Neerman, the Executive Director of the Building Standards Commission. My apologies for being unable to attend today's Building Standards Commission hearing. In my absence, I would respectfully request that you indicate the strong support of the California Building Industry Association and the California Business Properties Association, which is CBPA, for the approval of the Energy Commission's adoption of the Part 1 Administrative Code and Part 6 Building Energy Efficiency Standards. Both CBIA and CBPA would like to specifically recognize the efforts of yourself, that would be me, Erlene Geisler, Dave Oshukian, Payam Bozorgchami, Patrick Saxton, and of course the CEC Commissioner Andrew McAllister. It is largely due to your collective efforts in working with the stakeholders over the past 3 years that this package represents historically large increase in the energy efficiency while providing an unprecedented level of design flexibility and still maintaining sensitivity to increased costs. Sincerely, Bob Raymer, PE, Senior Technical Director of the CBIA.
Okay, great, thank you. And thank you for that overview. The item 3A is now open for the commission's discussion. First, before we begin, I'd like to welcome Commissioner Mikitin. Glad you made it safely. We all had some difficulties this morning with the weather, so pleased that you are here. Okay, open for discussion is item 3A, the California Energy Commission's proposed approval of amendments to the California Administrative Code and the energy efficiency standards.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I believe you stated this response to my question, but I just want to put it on the record. The compliance software development is still underway. It's not probably 100% complete, but do you believe it's on track for the adoption, as you say, to have the entire Title 24 set of codes to be adopted on January 1?
The CBAC RES, which is the public domain software, it was approved by the commission on the November 12th business meeting. It is ready. We were constantly updating it,
Right.
but the software is ready, for compliance. We've been using it ourselves actually, so it will definitely be. We're adding more capabilities to it as time goes on, but the software will be ready.
And that's for both res and non-res?
Both res and non-res.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent. Are there any other questions from the commission? Yes, Ellie?
Just a quick question on the economic and fiscal impact statement. How is the bill or cost assumed for the consumers? Is there an assumed increase in energy cost over the years, which is factored in, or is how, I didn't quite see the calculations in here for the fiscal impact.
So the package of measures that I mentioned, I'm speaking from memory, so will cost average building, a prototype building, about $2,700 in extra costs. That includes the high-performance attics, high-performance walls, the tankless water heater, and the lighting improvements that I mentioned. That results on a life cycle cost basis. Again, I'm speaking from memory. I think it's about $12 extra in additional cost. If that was incorporated into, that extra cost was incorporated into the mortgage of the house. The energy savings are more than that. Because those measures will reduce the energy consumption of the building, if I recall correctly, the savings were in the order of about $28 a month. So the cost would be $12, the savings will be $28. So there will be a net savings from start to the homeowner.
Since the, Commissioner Klaus-Berkner, another follow-up question, since the energy cost is not controlled by us, it's by private entities, how was that energy cost calculated, and how was it calculated? How do we know how they're going to increase the cost over the years, and how was that calculated?
So we worked very closely with CBIA and their technical representatives on both the measures and the measured costs. And we actually came in very close, within a few % of each other. So for instance, when you look at high-performance attics, we know it takes an extra amount of insulation in the attic at the roof deck. And so, we could go to industry and basically ask the manufacturers. We could go to the websites. We can go to Home Depot and decide. And actually, I spend a lot of time in Home Depot because of this. And you could get a very good idea of what the material cost is. And then we use various sources to estimate the labor cost. And we do that for every single measure. So staff does that independently. CBIA and Council would do theirs. And then we sat down and reconciled again. It came in very close. We do the same thing for high-performance walls. Again, it includes going from 2x4 construction to 2x6. So we can ascertain, what that cost difference would be, extra insulation. Going to tankless water heater, we can get manufacturers the cost. So we went through all those steps, and we came up with our cost, and they came up with theirs. And that's how we came up with the $2,700 extra cost for the entire package.
Sorry, maybe I wasn't clear. I was asking about how much are the consumers saving in energy cost from the utility companies. How is that calculated? And whether that is basically calculated with a set given assumptions, set of assumptions.
So Bill Pennington is going to.
Sir, could you introduce yourself for the record?
Hi, I'm Bill Pennington. I'm Senior Technical and Program Advisor to the Energy Efficiency Division at the California Energy Commission. I think Mazi is missing your question a little bit. The Energy Commission forecasts the increase in electricity costs and natural gas costs. We have a big forecasting staff that do that, and the PUC relies on that as well as CalISO relies on that. So this is top-notch economics work. We project the cost out in the future based on population increases, climatic changes, increase in production activity, a whole bunch of economic parameters. So we forecast that out in the future. We reduce that to a present value and compare that to the cost of the measures. Mazi was focused on the cost of the measures in answering your question, but we compare that to the present value of the forecasted energy savings. Does that answer?
One last question, and I will let it go. Is that information somewhere publicly available?
Absolutely. That information is documented very thoroughly. Related to the forecast, it's extensively included in dockets for our forecast. Related to how we use that information and comparing to the cost of measures, that's documented in the docket for the building standards. Thanks.
Bill, this is Commissioner Patel. That's all right, Bill. I just had one follow-up question. As far as the utility costs go, do you project out for gas and electric up, down? Going up or down, or just generally?
Yeah, we're in a remarkable situation here where the cost of natural gas is actually quite flat right now. And so there is a limited growth projected currently. That could blow up at any time, right, because of this whatever issue. But in general, the prices are quite flat.
Your projected costs would be conservative then?
Well, the commission believes they are correct rather than conservative. But they might be higher than that if we have, like the current gas leak for the pipeline in Southern California. If we would happen to continue to have those kinds of critical events, you would expect the cost of gas to increase in the future.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Any other questions of the Energy Commission from the commission?
I have a
Yes,
question,
Commissioner
Commissioner Makachin. I can't find the actual citation, but I think I saw in here that mechanical system shut-off controls are included for elevators. Is that correct? And if so, is there any exception for elevators that are such as maybe a BART elevator or a public elevator that might have homeless people in it and might need the fan on all the time?
I believe the language of the regulation specifies when the elevator is unoccupied. So if there was an occupant sensor that sensed that someone was in that elevator, then ideally the behavior of the elevator would be that it continued to leave the lights on and the fan on under that circumstance. So yes, you could have a compliant elevator that would stay on if there was somebody residing in it.
Actually, I'm thinking more that people use the elevator as a restroom and then leave. And then if there's no ventilation, then it becomes a very obnoxious place for people to go, especially people with disabilities who have to use the elevator and don't have another choice.
Understood. I'd have to, I can look at the citation of the regulations working from memory. What this is saying is that the elevator, as installed, has to have certain capabilities. If there was a need to configure it on site by the owner or the operator of the elevator or the operator of the building, then I believe they would be able to make those kinds of decisions after installation, like during operation of the building. This simply applies to when the building is built, what features, what efficiency measures we expect it to have as a baseline. So I do not believe these regulations would prohibit someone from making the operational decision to continue running a fan if there was an issue like that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Are any other, yes, Mr. Vice Chair?
Commissioner Winkle, this is a totally non-technical question, but it may be something that either I'm missing or I'd just like to have a discussion about, is in looking at the CD which you furnished us for the standards, there's no table of contents and there's no index. Is that something that will be in place when they're finally published, or does this book look like what I'm going to get if I buy it in 2017?
The final version of the regulations will have a table of contents. Have we done indexes in the past for these?
We've done, not for the standards, we've never done an index, but we've had a table of contents.
Okay, well, I would suggest that the other codes have both, and that it would be something to consider. I have a lot of trouble navigating this document because of the absence of those kinds of things, so I would really hope, I think it's a real user-friendly thing that I would suggest that you guys think about.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Any other questions from the commission? Okay, seeing none, we'll now turn to the public. I don't have any speaker cards that have been submitted on item number 3A, so is there anybody in the public, from the public that's sitting here today that would like to speak? Yes, sir? Please announce your name and, if appropriate, your title.
My name is John McHugh with McHugh Energy, and I have been supporting the statewide investor-owned utility codes and standards program during this proceeding. And the statewide program develops what we call case reports, which is codes and standards enhancements, which are reports which help identify the cost effectiveness and feasibility of energy efficiency proposals to the Energy Commission so they can make an educated decision on various efficiency measures. And I'm here to I'm here in support of the Title 24 Part 1 and Part 6 amendments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Is there anyone that has not submitted a card, speaker card, who would like to address the commission at this time? Okay, seeing none, we're going to go to the phones, but there is a 15-second delay on the phone, so I just want to remind everybody that we may not hear somebody, and we had a little hiccup last meeting, so Would you please check the phones?
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay. Thank you. So that concludes the public portion. So I will turn item 3A back over to the commissioners and entertain a motion at this time to consider the Energy Commission's request for approval of their rulemaking proceedings. Do I have a motion?
So move for approval.
Do I have a second?
Commissioner Winkle, second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the Energy Commission's request for approval of their rulemaking proceedings. Is there any further discussion by the commission? Okay, seeing none. Would you please call the roll, Pam?
Commissioner Barthman?
Yes.
Commissioner Booth?
Yes.
Commissioner Klossbuckner?
Yes.
Commissioner Mickelton?
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts?
Yes.
Commissioner Sasaki?
Aye.
Commissioner Winkle?
Yes.
Commissioner Patel?
Yes.
Commissioner Santillan?
Yes.
Thank you. The vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. So thank you all. The next agenda item is item 3B, also by the California Energy Commission. The proposal contains amendments to the 2016 California Green Building Standards Code, Part 11, Title 24, for energy efficiency standards. As an adopting agency, the California Energy Commission approved these regulations at their October 16, 2015 California Energy Commission meeting. Building Standards Law, Health and Safety Code, Section 18930B, requires that the Building Standards Commission review the process by which the Energy Commission adopted building standards for compliance with the Administrative Procedures Act and Building Standards Law. They are now requesting the Building Standards Commission's approval that the rulemaking process they administered meets the intent of the Administrative Procedures Act and is ready for publication into Title 24. Gentlemen, please, and lady, please reintroduce yourselves and then proceed with your overview.
Thank you. My name is Peter Straight. I'm a supervisor with the California Energy Commission. With me at the dais is Mazi Shirak and a member of our legal team.
Rebecca Westmore.
I'm here to present the adopted changes to Title 24, Part 11, in particular Appendices A4 and A5. Both the residential and non-residential appendices contain voluntary provisions that provide a framework for local jurisdictions considering or seeking to adopt local building energy efficiency ordinances. As you'd stated, the Energy Commission has authority and responsibility to adopt updates to the energy efficiency portions of Part 11, which then come before the Building Standards Commission for approval. The Energy Commission had two goals in adopting changes to these appendices. Our first goal was to establish a voluntary energy design specification for local jurisdictions considering energy efficiency ordinances. We've added an option to use an energy design rating to show that the residential energy efficiency tiers have been met, and added a new designation that local jurisdictions can use for zero net energy design for residential buildings. Our second goal was to include Part 11 in the Commission's overall effort to improve the clarity of the language in the sections of the building code that the Energy Commission is responsible for. Both the residential and non-residential appendices
Can you slow down just a little bit? It's getting a roll. It's hard to slow down, but for
Sorry, I do apologize.
No problem. Thank you.
I tend to speed up when I'm nervous.
Well, don't be nervous.
So, all right. Our second goal was to include Part 11 in the Commission's overall effort to improve the clarity of the language in the sections of the building code that the Energy Commission is responsible for. Both the residential and non-residential appendices have been edited to improve the clarity of the language and to achieve consistency with updates to the requirements of Part 6. These changes include adding a clarification of the statutory requirements for Energy Commission approval of local ordinances, removing obsolete prerequisites relating to residential lighting that are now adopted as mandatory in the 2016 Part 6 code, and making minor corrections to to the appendices to improve their language without making substantive changes. If the commissioners have any questions, I am happy to answer them. Thank you.
Okay, and this section
Oh.
is now open for the, oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, one thing I should mention, I likewise have a letter from Bob Raymer to read into the record. I can do that before your discussion or afterwards when public comment is taken.
Why don't you go ahead and read it now?
Okay, my apologies.
Thank you, no problem.
His letter states, "In my absence, I would respectfully request that." Uh-oh. I will assume that's normal.
You see?
Yeah,
Okay.
I can see fine. Thank you.
Right. That's good news eventually. Thanks, I'm sorry.
We thought it was mood lighting for Bob Raymer's.
Yeah. I love it. Very good. And we will report that. All right, sir, sorry, go ahead.
No problem at all. The letter reads, "In my absence, I would respectfully request that you indicate the strong support of the California Building Industry Association and the California Business Properties Association for the approval of the Energy Commission's adoption of the Part 11 California Green Building Standards Code. Over the past 3 years, CEC staff has worked with industry and has addressed all of the issues we have raised. CBIA and CBPA would like to thank CEC staff for their enduring efforts on this project. Of significant interest to industry and many other stakeholders during this update was the inclusion of the new and voluntary zero net energy design proposal. Compliance with this new design approach will require the dwelling to achieve an energy design rating of 0 as calculated by Title 24, Part 6 compliance software that will be approved by the Energy Commission in the near future. While this compliance software is not yet available, staff has provided interested parties with a timeline of when these various compliance tools will be released. We look forward to the release of this compliance software in the coming months so we can better understand the impact on standard residential design and how best to comply at lowest cost. Sincerely, Bob Raymer, PE, Senior Engineer and Technical Director."
Okay, thank you, and thank you for your overview. Item 3B is now open for discussion of the commission.
Chair.
Yes, Mr. Vice Chair?
Commissioner Winkle, basically, the way I read the appendix for net zero energy design, the compliance software is the same as the rest of the Part 6 software, is that correct?
That's correct.
So the answer to the previous question about the software being available for the Part 11 is the same answer as Part 6. You're anticipating that there won't be any delay in adoption.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Mickelton, 2 questions. One you reference in talking about the 9-point criteria, number 7, that there are no non-federal building regulations to refer to, but that sort of implies that there might be federal regulations that might be used as a model. Can you address that?
Certainly. My understanding is that because these are voluntary appendices, there is no overlap with federal regulations as such. We could not speak to a local jurisdiction that might propose an ordinance that would have overlap with federal law in some respect. We sometimes see this in relation to appliance laws. If they have an ordinance that would require high-efficient equipment that would be preempted by federal appliance laws. So what we're intending to say is that in meeting that criteria, these voluntary appendices meet the criteria that's out there, that there is no known overlap with state or federal law in adopting these appendices.
And my second question is why alterations were taken out of section A4 204, and additions were left. And the final statement of reasons didn't mention it, but it was mentioned in the initial statement of reasons, but it wasn't clear. It said something about possible preemption for small projects and possible, I guess, upcoming federal regulations, but it wasn't picked up again elsewhere in your package. Can you talk about that?
Certainly. We found a few things, a few issues that arise if you attempt to apply Part 11 as a template to a local ordinance that would apply to alteration projects. Most notably because many alteration projects are appliance changeouts, for example, a change out of an HVAC system. There's a much higher chance that the ordinance would actually be preempted by federal appliance regulations. Additions were retained because additions are most like new construction. You're building an entire new section of a building, and that means all of the different ways you might improve a building are available to you. But in an alteration project, to try to bring a building up to Tier 1 or Tier 2 via an alteration would be, oh, and the lights came back on, would pose some additional challenges. For that reason, we did not want to mention alterations in these sections because we wouldn't want to inadvertently lead local jurisdictions down incorrect path. At the same time, what we have understood and the feedback that we were receiving from people was that alterations were not something that local jurisdictions were considering in this, and that that language in there was confusing to them in many cases. So we felt that it was better to remove that language.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Sasaki?
Commissioner Sasaki, I have a similar question. The question about repairs. So for existing structures, the building code, we have 3 options: additions, alterations, and repairs. And they're looked at distinctly or differently, depending on which one of those is what kind of work's going on. Noticing in your executive summary, you talk about additions and alterations, but you don't say anything about repairs. Does the Energy Commission view repairs differently than alterations and additions?
Fundamentally, yes, we do. A repair is an effort to return a system to its existing state rather than an effort to improve that system. And where we do address alterations, say if you're engaged in a major upgrade project, we want to make sure that what you're installing or what you're doing rises to the level of the code. If all you're attempting to do is repair an existing system, we don't want efficiency code to be triggered by that. We figure that will result in, I mean, there's numerous reasons. I can go into them if you'd like. But yes, we're intentionally treating them differently.
And in the energy code, is there a definition of repairs in there? There is.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
There's a definition for repair, one for alterations, and it's clearly, they're 2 different things. Repairs don't trigger code, alterations do.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the commission? Okay. I don't have any speaker cards on 3B. However, is there anyone in the audience who would like to address the commission on item 3B? Oh, I'm sorry. If you'll approach and then state your name and title if appropriate.
Thank you. John McHugh, PE, with McHugh Energy. The changes that the California Energy Commission has adopted for CalGreen, and in particular the Zero Net Energy tier, is well aligned with the state policy of all new homes being zero net energy by the year 2020. And the inclusion of this Z&E tier in CalGreen allows, for the first time, a clear definition of what a zero net energy home is. There have been various policy statements in the CPUC strategic plan and in the IPER document, but this is the first time that there is clarity so that someone can actually certify that something is zero net energy. And I think that creates a great benefit for the building industry so that there's potentially issues associated with liability when someone makes a claim about zero net energy. Also addresses issues associated with greenwashing where someone might be claiming zero net energy and maybe it's falling far short. And then in addition, this allows progressive cities to develop the administrative activities that will assist the Energy Commission and the Building Standards Commission in developing future mandatory standards around zero net energy. So we're very supportive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else that would like to address the commission on this subject? Okay, seeing none, let's turn to the phones. Again, there's a pause.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay, thank you. That concludes the public comment portion, so I will turn item 3B back over to the commissioners and entertain a motion at this time to consider the Energy Commission's request for approval of their rulemaking proceedings.
Commissioner Mickelton, move to approve.
The
Aye.
unanimous, and the motion has carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you as well.
Lots of hard work over many months, so I appreciate it. All right, the next item on the agenda is item 3C, the proposed adoption and amendment by the State Historical Building Safety Board to the 2016 California Historical Building Code Part 8 of Title 24. As an adopting agency, the California Historical Safety Board approved these regulations on their January 7th, 2016 board meeting. The Building Standards Law, Health and Safety Code Section 18930B, requires the Building Standards Commission review the process by which the State Historical Safety Board adopted building standards for the compliance with the Administrative Procedures Act and the Building Standards Law. They are now requesting the Building Standards Commission approval that the rulemaking process they administered meets the intent of the Administrative Procedures Act and is ready for publication into Title 24. The Historical Board staff is here. If you would please introduce yourself and give us an overview of item 3C.
Good morning, and thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. On behalf of the State Historical Building Safety Board, thank you for the opportunity to present the code amendments for the 2016 California Historical Building Code. I'm Derek Shaw, the Executive Director with the State Historical Building Safety Board, and here with me today is Dennis Corellis, Deputy State Architect. Before I begin, I would like to thank the members of the State Historical Building Safety Board for their voluntary service. These people have contributed greatly to the preservation and restoration of historical buildings in the state of California through their dedication and their efforts. Thank you. The code change package before you carries forward the existing provisions of the California Historical Building Code with additional amendments. These amendments address issues of safety and performance of historic structures and also make other non-substantive changes. I believe our addendum withdrawing item 12 has been provided to the Commission, and additional copies are available on the back table at the rear of this venue.
It has been, thank you.
Thank you. The proposed amendments were discussed and developed at State Historical Building Safety Board public meetings in 2014 and 2015 and were recently approved by the board. These changes were discussed at the structural design and lateral forces, as well as the plumbing, electrical, and mechanical code advisory committees under the Building Standards Commission. One public comment was received, and responsive changes were incorporated into the proposed amendments at the time of the CAC meetings. During the State Historical Building Safety Board's 45-day public comment period, there were no comments received. The State Fire Marshal has approved these changes in this package, and the State Historical Building Safety Board believes these code changes have been developed and approved consistent with California laws. With this, the State Historical Building Safety Board requests your approval of the process for the final code change package before you. I'm available to answer any questions.
Great, thank you, Mr. Shaw, very much. Item 3C is now open for discussion for the commission.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, Mr. Vice Chair?
Commissioner Winkle, this is item 6 in the final express terms. I intend to vote for the approval of the, but I'd just like a little bit of explanation, is the change to the language dealing with non-fire retardant finish materials. There's a couple of language things in there. I'd like to at least hear what you think they mean, so if I have to interpret it, I have something to go on. The surfaced with an approved fire retardant, does that mean like chipboard or spray-on? Reasonable proximity? I guess are you assuming that the fire retardant in this terminology is something which is like applied with a spray gun or a roller or something like that to mitigate the finish?
It could certainly be applied in a few different ways, including, yes, spray-on or roll-on.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, very well. Any other, yes, Commissioner Sasaki.
So the State Historical Building Code is, I think, an important document to help us preserve historic structures in the state of California. This is more of a general question. Is there thoughts about, not thoughts, but are there thoughts for the safety board about providing, I don't know, more outreach or information to jurisdictions about how to apply the State Historical Building Code? I guess there's been a number of times, because I deal with existing buildings, where there's some misunderstanding, if not a lot of misunderstanding amongst local jurisdictions about, one, when it's applicable, and then if it's applicable, what needs to be done or what can be done. And this is in line with more whether or not there are, for example, code upgrades that are triggered either because alteration work is being done or repair work is being done to buildings that can be where the State Historical Building Code can be used. So I guess it's more of a general question about have there been discussions, or are there thoughts to provide better information to jurisdictions about its use?
During our board meetings or any other communications that I've had with the board over the past couple of years, we haven't addressed the issue of increasing outreach. What we do operate at this time is if people have questions regarding the application of the historic code, I am certainly available. And while my position with the board is an administrative position rather than a technical position, we have excellent people on the board, and I quite often will serve as a conduit for getting the questioner together with a board member or some other knowledgeable party that can assist.
Sir, would you like to introduce yourself? And then I suspect that you want to try and, you have to talk into the mic.
Richard Conrad, former principal architect with DSA, and at one time I had the same position that Derek has now with the Historic Board. The California Building Officials has published a commentary on the California Historical Building Code, all sections with the language developed by Dan Schutte, the former building official for the city of Riverside. I participated in that as well, along with David Koch for the structural region. So that, I believe, would be a tool that could assist jurisdictions in the appropriate application of the code. It's only been
Is
out.
that a tool that's widely known?
Well, the California Building Officials quasi-advertises it as being there. I can't speak to how people acquire it or if they do or do not, but it is available for the purpose that Commissioner Sasaki raised.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it was published, it's been a year now. That was last year.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions for the members of the Historical Building Safety Board? Okay, seeing none. I don't have any speaker cards that have been submitted on this item. Is there anyone who would like to address the commission who is sitting here now? Okay, thank you. Let's turn to the phones. Is there anyone from the public on the phones?
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay, thank you. Well, that concludes the public comment portion, so I'll turn item 3C back over to the commissioners and entertain a motion at this time to consider the State Historical Board's request for adoption of their proposed regulations for Part 8, 2016 California Historical Building Code.
Commissioner Sasaki, move for approval.
I'll second it.
And second was, I'm sorry?
Oh, Booth.
Thank you. Commissioner Booth, second. Is there any further discussion at this time from the commission?
Actually, I
Yes.
do have a question. There was no 399 form in our packet, and that was delayed and was going to be submitted. I just want to make sure that that's been completed.
That was picked up on Friday afternoon at 5 o'clock and delivered to the commission this morning. Okay.
And it's in this packet.
Yeah, we did receive a copy of
Yeah.
it, and we have a copy available for the commissioners if they
Right.
need it.
We had
Thank you.
some late submissions and late returns from Department of Finance. Got a couple more still coming today, so sorry about that. Are there any other comments from the commission at this time? We have a motion and a second. Seeing none, okay. Let's see. This is, you're voting on the motion to consider the State Historical Board's request for adoption of their proposed regulations for Part 8 of the 2016 California Historical Building Code. Pam, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Barthman,
Yes.
Commissioner Booth,
Yes.
Commissioner Klaus Buckner,
Aye.
Commissioner Mickelton,
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Winkle,
Yes.
Commissioner Patel,
Yes.
Commissioner Santillan.
Yes.
Thank you, Pam. The vote is unanimous. The motion is carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
How are we doing? Okay. Do you want to take a little break? Okay. Let's, before we move on to item 4A, we're going to take a brief 10-minute break. So it's 10, I have 10 of 11. Let's be back here promptly at 11. Okay, thank you.
Hi, pardon the interruption. This is the conference operator. Can I speak with the host, please? Are you there, sir? Ma'am, is anybody there?
Hello?
Hello, this is John with AT&T Teleconferencing. We've had a concern from somebody in your group that that everyone's phone has been muted. The only line that can speak is the host line, and the host is not saying anything. So we have nobody in your conference is hearing anything.
Okay, we will wait longer for the delay. There's a delay in the webcasting. So we will wait longer to listen to the phones.
Okay, if you want to make an announcement to your group so they understand what's happening, I apologize for the interruption there. I'll put you back in the conference for that.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
take your seats.
Please take your seats.
So we're finally for the first of the triennials now.
Yes, and this hopefully will take us right up for it.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, we're going to get underway. The next item on the agenda is item 4A, the proposed adoption and amendment by the Division of the State Architect, structural safety for the proposed adoption of the 2016 California Electrical Code, Part 3 of Title 24. As a proposing agency, the Division of State Architect, Structural Safety is requesting the Building Standards Commission approve the proposed regulation for publication into Title 24. Okay, we have representatives of the Division of State Architect, Structural Safety. Please state your name and your title, and please give us an overview of the proposal.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is James Hackett. I'm the Principal Structural Engineer for the Codes and Standards Unit within DSA. With me today is Jim Gibbons. He is a construction supervisor who has prepared much of Part 3 and actually Part 4 and 5, which you'll be hearing next, for the California Code and Regulations that we're presenting this morning.
Please be sure to speak slowly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We will be available for any questions you have as well. DSA proposes to repeal the 2011 National Electric Code and adopt the 2014 National Electric Code as the 2016 California Electric Code Part 3, Title 24. Our regulations are applicable to public elementary and secondary schools, community colleges, and to state-owned and state-leased buildings, essential service buildings. The primary changes to the electrical code are as a result of the model code changes, and DSA has not created any new amendments to our 2014 edition of the National Electrical Code. We are maintaining and rolling over administrative amendments that have been contained in previous versions, particularly Article 89, which is the administrative section. The Plumbing, Electrical, Mechanical, and Energy Code Advisory Committee recommended approved as submitted last September. These were discussed and there were very few comments made. There was no public comments, objections, or recommendations received during the 45-day comment period, which ended in November. We have a signed 399 from the DGS Fiscal Officer, Agency Secretary, and Department of Finance, which should be available to you today. And our findings for this were that since we have no additional amendments, that there is no fiscal impact to the state of California. Therefore, DSA respectfully requests adoption of the Part 3 California Energy Code regulations.
Thank you. All right, item 4A is now open for the discussion by the commission. Okay, seeing none. We do have one person who has submitted a speaker card. I think it's Tim McClintock. Would Mr. McClintock come forward? There you go. Please state your name and title if appropriate before you address the commission.
Good morning, Commission. My name is Tim McClintock, and I am a Regional Electrical Code Specialist for the National Fire Protection Association. On behalf of the NFPA, I'm here to testify in support of updating the National Electrical Code to the 2014 edition. The 2014 NEC addresses requirements for industry trends and new technology and delivery of generation of electrical power, electrical worker safety, and protecting homes and dormitories from fire, of electrical origin and protecting people from electric shock in homes and workplaces. Additionally, new requirements in the 2014 NEC address safe interaction with energy management systems, while other requirements provide substantial relief in the overall cost of the electrical system. The NEC focuses on the proper installation of electrical systems and equipment to protect people and property from the hazards arising from the use of electricity. The requirements of this standard have continued to evolve with America's dependence on reliable and safe electrical energy, and it's NFPA's hope that you will continue to move forward by providing California citizens with the appropriate level of safety as outlined in the 2014 NEC. Again, would like to thank you for the opportunity to address this commission, and we at NFPA look forward to working with you and supporting the adoption of the 2014 NEC. And I just have one procedural question. I have submitted a speaker card for all 5 state agencies, but in the interest of time, if I only need to speak once, but would like to enter on the record that NFPA does support the adoption of the NEC 2014 edition for all 5 state agencies.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. We will so note that, Mr. McClintock. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I had forgotten to say that we want people who wish to speak on item 4A on the telephones to queue up. We have a little bit of a delay, and we've had some difficulties getting people who wish to speak on the line in time. So I will try and be a little bit better at remembering to remind people who wish to speak on the phone to queue up as soon as the public comment period opens, or once the commissioners are finished with their comments on the item. So we'll proceed to the phone. Hopefully people have had time to queue up.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay, thank you. That concludes the public comment portion, so I will turn item 4A back over to the commissioners and entertain a motion at this time to consider the Division of State Architect Structural Safety request for adoption of their proposed regulations for Part 3, 2016 California Electrical Code. It has been moved and seconded to adopt the proposed regulation for Part 3 of the 2016 California Electrical Code. Is there any further discussion by the commission at this time? Okay, seeing none, Pam, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Barthman,
Yes.
Commissioner Booth,
Yes.
Commissioner Klaus Buckner,
Yes.
Commissioner Mickelton,
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts,
Yes.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Winkle,
Yes.
Commissioner Patel,
Yes.
Commissioner Santillan.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Pam. The vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
Okay, moving on to your next item. The next item on the agenda is item 4B, the proposed adoption and amendment by the Division of State Architects Structural Safety to the 2016 California Mechanical Code, Part 4, Title 24. As a proposing agency, the Division of State Architects Structural Safety is requesting the Building Standards Commission approve the proposed regulations for publication into Title 24. Gentlemen, restate your name if you would, please, and your titles.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is James Hackett, Principal Structural Engineer for the Code and Standards Unit at DSA. And with me today is James Gibbons, our Construction Supervisor, who again prepared much of Part 4 of this presentation. Okay. DSA proposes to repeal the 2012 Uniform Mechanical Code and adopt the 2015 Uniform Mechanical Code as the 2016 California Mechanical Code, Part 4, Title 24 of the California Code of Regulations. These regulations would be applicable to public elementary and secondary schools, community colleges, and the state-owned or state-leased essential service buildings. The model code had changes to them, but DSA is making no amendments to the 2015 UMC, and therefore we are proposing to move forward with the 2015 UMC for the California Mechanical Code. We are carrying forward state amendments from the previous versions, the Chapter 1 in particular for the administrative regulations, and there are several amendments that are being carried forward through the material component chapters of the code as well. These regulations were heard by the PMEE California Advisory Code, the Plumbing, Electrical, Mechanical, Energy Advisory Code. They were recommended for approved as submitted last September. There were no public comments, objections, or recommendations received during the 45-day period, which ended in November. As of this morning, we have submitted the standard 399 signed by all parties, and these particular regulations were found to have no fiscal impact. So again, DSA respectfully requests adoption of the DSA Part 4 CMC regulations.
Okay, thank you. Item 4B is open for commissioners' discussion. I have one quick question. What is a state leased essential service building?
Very good question. Essential service facilities that are under the DSA's jurisdiction are those such as CAL FIRE, CHP. They are state organizations that are under the direction of DSA from their building perspective. And so they can purchase and construct their own buildings. They can also lease buildings. And we would have the regulatory jurisdiction over those structures.
Are they, I was looking for the, not so much the definition, but definition and listing. Are they listed as to who that is, or do they just know who they are?
Generally, they know who they are, and that they know that any building that is part of the emergency communications network and response for emergencies within California, they need to come through DSA. And even certain buildings that wouldn't necessarily be a part of that essential service, the communications and the emergency response, we wouldn't necessarily have jurisdiction over those. We have jurisdiction over the buildings that actually are pertinent to that essential function.
Good to know. I did not know that. Okay, great. I'm going to now ask people who wish to speak to this item on the phone to queue up before we proceed onto the phone. So, and are there any other members of the commission? Yes, Vice Chair?
I think I know the answer, but I want to just ask this. Under the mechanical code in the essential services facilities, the lateral bracing requirements and things like that are obviously much more stringent, but those are enforced under ASCE 7 or other structural provisions rather than a mechanical code. Is that correct?
That is correct. The anchorage and the attachment of those devices would be under ASCE 7 provisions. That's correct.
Thank you.
Are there any other comments or questions from the commission? Okay, seeing none. Mr. McClintock has already spoken, so. Are there any other members of the public who are here today? I had only one previous card submitted. Okay, seeing none, we'll now turn to the phones.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay, very well. Then that concludes the public comment portion, so I will turn item 4B back over to the commissioners and entertain a motion at this time to consider the Division of State Architect Structural Safety's request for adoption of their proposed regulation for Part 4, 2016 California Mechanical Code. Do I have a motion?
Klaus Berkner, motion to approve as submitted.
It has been moved and seconded to adopt the Division of State Architects Structural Safety's request for adoption of their proposed regulation for Part 4, 2016 California Mechanical Code. Is there any further discussion at this time by the commission? Okay, seeing none. Pam, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Barthman,
Yes.
Commissioner Booth,
Yes.
Commissioner Klaus Buckner, Commissioner Mickelton,
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts,
Yes.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Winkle,
Yes.
Commissioner Patel,
Yes.
Commissioner Santillan.
Yes.
Thank you, Pam. The vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. Thank you. So the next item is item 4C, the proposed adoption and amendment by the Division of State Architects Structural Safety to the 2016 California Plumbing Code, Part 5, Title 24. As a proposing agency, the Division of State Architects Structural Safety is requesting the Building Standards Commission approve the proposed regulations for publication into Title 24. Gentlemen, would you once again introduce yourself, please, and give a overview?
Morning, Madam Chair, Commission members. Microphone.
Yeah, I don't think it's on.
Sorry about that.
There you are.
we
There
go.
you are.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commission members, and Building Standards Committee members. My name is Jim Gibbons. I'm a construction supervisor with the Division of the State Architect, and I am joined by Jim Hackett, who is the Principal Structural Engineer for the Codes and Standards Unit of DSA. DSA proposes to repeal the 2012 Uniform Plumbing Code and adopt the 2015 Uniform Plumbing Code as the 2016 California Plumbing Code, Part 5, Title 24 of the California Code of Regulations. These codes are applicable, and DSA's function in supervising and also applying these codes are applicable to public elementary and secondary schools, community colleges, and state-owned or state-leased essential services buildings. In summary, the primary changes are the model code themselves. DSA has adopted several new amendments to the 2015 edition of the Uniform Plumbing Code relating to water-conserving plumbing fixtures and fittings in order to align the 2016 California Plumbing Code with the California Energy Commission Title 24 of CCR, appliance efficiency regulations, and the California Green Code, or Cal Green, and are being proposed by DSA Structural Safety or DSA Structural Safety Community Colleges. To summarize, metering faucets, shower heads, water closet flushometer valves, wash fountains, and kitchen faucets were modified to align with the previous stated appliance efficiency regulations and Cal Green. The state administrative amendments contained in California Plumbing Code Chapter 1 and other previously adopted amendments within the code chapters are being carried forward, including some minor editorial changes. The PEME CAC recommended approval and submitted last September of 2015. No public comments, objections, or recommendations were received during the 45-day review period ending in November. The STD 399s have been signed and delivered. There is no fiscal impact. Therefore, DSA respectfully requests adoption of Part 5, the California Plumbing Code, Title 24 of the California Code of Regulations.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbons. Item 4C is open for the commissioners' discussion. Yes, Mr. Vice Chair?
I'm trying to figure out how to frame this question. In the footnotes to the plumbing fixture table, you've adopted Note 7, which is applies just to DSA Structural Safety and Community College, which would be schools and essential service facilities. The language talks about the authority having jurisdiction being able to make adjustments for things like, and the discussions I've had for things like this are like unisex toilets or gender-neutral toilets or something like that. I'm wondering, is there ever a time where you're not the authority having jurisdiction, that 7 would apply, because what I'm concerned about is the matrix adoption tables and adoption notes about who adopts what are hopelessly confusing to code users, especially at the local level. My brethren and sister architects have a lot of trouble with this. That this is meant to only apply to those jurisdictions of which you have authority over. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So, and as I say, is there ever a time when you're not the authority having jurisdiction? Is there a better, can we take that word out and just say DSA, structural safety, has the ability to do this? Because I think the language of saying authority having jurisdiction is going to lead people to have a lot of discussions with local authorities having jurisdiction about who has, whether they have the ability to do this or not. And I can't remember whether this is adopted by other agencies. I think it's just you, but I'm not, I'd have to go, we'll go through that as we discuss this the next 2 days. But any thoughts on whether this could be made less confusing?
Yes.
I do. We are also obligated to, through our administrative code regulations and through statute to provide the regulations for essential service facilities that are not under DSA's jurisdiction as well. So for example, a local police station, a local fire station must be under the same regulations. However, they're not administered or regulated by DSA.
It's kind of like OSHPD 3 or something like that.
Similar to OSHPD 3. So there are cases where that can occur.
Okay, so the language needs to stay in because
Does need to
there are
stay.
times when you're not the AHJ.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Clarification. At this time, I'm going to remind people who may wish to speak on item 4C, who may be on the phones, to queue. Are there any other members of the commission that would like to make a comment or question on 4C? Okay, seeing none. Again, Mr. McClintock had asked to be noted that he was going to say the same thing on this item as well as the previous comments that he made. All right, is there anybody else from the public who is sitting here today who'd like to speak?
Secretary,
Yes.
I just want to answer Commissioner Winkle's question. I went and looked at our adoption back in tab 8C, and that sentence is co-adopted by several agencies, that footnote.
That would mean local agencies would have the authority to, because that's actually used, I mean, there's a lot of negotiation that goes on in unisex toilet layouts and things like that I want to make sure that ability remains in the code, and it sounds like it will be. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Mia, for that clarification. Appreciate it. Is there anybody else on from the public here? Okay, seeing none, let's turn to the phones.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay, thank you. That concludes the public comment portion, so I will turn item 4C back over to the commissioners and entertain a motion at this time to consider the Division of State Architects Structural Safety's request for adoption of their proposed regulations for Part 5, 2016 California Plumbing Code.
Commissioner Mickerton, move to approve.
Commissioner Roberts, second.
It has been moved and seconded to consider adoption of the Division of State Architects Structural Safety's request for adoption of their proposed regulation for Part 5, 2016 California Plumbing Code. Is there any further discussion on this item? Okay, seeing none. Pam, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Barthman,
Yes.
Commissioner Booth,
Yes.
Commissioner Klaas-Buckner,
Aye.
Commissioner Mickerton,
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts,
Yes.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Winkle,
Yes.
Commissioner Patel,
Yes.
Commissioner Santillan.
Yes.
Thank you, Pam. The vote is unanimous. The motion is carried. Moving on to the next item on the agenda is item 4D, the proposed adoption and amendment by the Division of State Architects Structural Safety to 2016 California Green Building Standards Code, Part 11 of Title 24. As a proposing agency, the Division of State Architects, Structural Safety is requesting the Building Standards Commission approve the proposed regulation for publication into Title 24. So if you would please introduce yourselves and give your title as well. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Dennis Corellis. I'm with the Division of the State Architect as Deputy State Architect. I have with me here today Teresa Townsend, Senior Architect, and our specialist in this area, and she'll be making the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Corrales. Ms. Townsend?
Good morning. Excuse me. Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. On behalf of DSA, thank you for the opportunity to present the code amendments for the 2016 California Green Building Standards, Title 24, Part 11, applicable to public schools and community colleges. The code change package before you carries forward the existing provisions of the California Green Building Standards Code with additional amendments. These amendments are mostly editorial, with one notable substantial change, which is to the section that has to do with the construction waste management, which modifies the percentage from 50% to 65% for construction waste to be recycled or salvaged for reuse. The proposed amendments were discussed and developed through the leadership of the California Building Standards Commission at 2 meetings for the public and included DSA stakeholders as well. The DSA received no public comments during the 45-day comment period, and the State Fire Marshal approved these changes. The commissioners will have received the Form 399 today, this morning, in your package. With this, DSA requests approval of the final code package before you, and I'm available for any questions that you might have.
Okay, thank you very much. I will now turn item 4D over to the commission for discussion. Any questions? This time I'd like to, I'll just remind people on the phone to queue up if they would, please. Yeah, no, I'm going to get after my comment on the queue. Sorry, Ellie, yes, please.
Sorry, this is for my own understanding. Are you guys adding a definition for universal waste to this section?
That is correct.
And is there going to, this is, by the way, Commissioner Klausbrecher, have you looked at any conflicts between some of the definitions or examples of universal waste when compared to hazardous materials waste, such as aerosol and mercury?
I might need to call upon Enrique Rodriguez on this. We received this question last time before the 45-day comment period, and Cal Recycle was here to help support us, and I believe it was resolved as no problem.
Sir, please introduce yourself.
Enrique Rodriguez, California Building Standards Commission. Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Just let me see if I can clarify. In Cal Green, we have defined in the definitions portion what universal waste comprises of. And so those are the items that we are hoping to capture when for additions and alterations that would be triggered for when Cal Green applies. So it's very specific to universal waste, right? I'm sorry. Was it organic waste or universal waste? No, universal. Yeah, okay. Sorry, Teresa. It was universal waste. So yeah, we have it defined in Cal Green what universal waste is, and that's what we're trying to capture.
And there's no conflicts between the disposal and the handling of this universal waste when compared to hazardous waste in any of the other health and safety codes. Am I correct?
Yeah, that is my understanding as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sure.
Okay, are there any other questions at this time for item 4D by the commission? Okay, seeing none. I, again, only have the card that Mr. McClintock would ask us to repeat his earlier comments. Is there anybody else here in the room from the public who would like to address us at this time? Okay, seeing none, we'll now turn to the phones.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay, thank you. That concludes the public comment portion, so I will turn item 4D back over to the commissioners and entertain a motion at this time to consider the Division of State Architect Structural Safety's request for adoption of their proposed regulations for Part 11, 2016 California Green Standards Building Code.
I move it be approved.
Okay. It has been moved and seconded to consider the Division of State Architect Structural Safety request for adoption of the proposed regulation for Part 11, 2016 California Green Standards Building Code. Is there any further discussion at this time by the commission? Seeing none, Pam, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Barthman,
Yes.
Commissioner Booth,
Yes.
Commissioner Kloss-Buckner,
Yes.
Commissioner Mickelton,
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts,
Yes.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Winkle,
Yes.
Commissioner Patel,
Yes.
Commissioner Santillan.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Pam. The vote is unanimous, and the motion is carried. Now, the next item on the agenda, item 5A, it has been requested of the commission that we hear this item promptly at 1 p.m. So we are going to move forward through the agenda to item 6A. And let me give you
Thank
all
you.
time to get to that part. Thank you. So we're moving on to item 6A, and I appreciate my colleagues from the Department of Housing and Community Development making this change in their agenda as well. So the next item on the agenda that we are taking up at this time is item 6A, the proposed adoption and amendment by the Department of Housing and Community Development to the 2016 California Electrical Code, Part 3, Title 24. As a proposing agency, the Department of Housing and Community Development, staff is requesting the Building Standards Commission approve the proposed regulation for the publication into Title 24. So would you all please reintroduce yourself? You've introduced yourself many times to the commission before. Introduce yourself and give your title, and please present an overview of item 6A.
Thank you, and good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Kyle Kraus. I'm the State Housing Law Program Manager with the Department of Housing and Community Development, Division of Codes and Standards. In a minute, I will introduce program staff who will provide an overview of the various parts of Title 24 before you today as part of the 2015 Triennial Code Adoption Project. HCD would like to thank the commissioners, commission staff, the Code Advisory Committee members, and our stakeholders for the many hours spent reviewing our proposals, and I would like to thank HCD staff specifically for their hard work and dedication. HCD has received a letter of approval from the State Fire Marshal for all of HCD proposals before the Commission today. And now, Mr. Tom Martin will give an overview of the 2016 California Electrical Code.
Hey, Mr. Martin.
Good morning.
Morning.
Hello. Good morning, Commissioner. Madam Chair and Commissioners, my name is Tom Martin. I am a District Representative 2 with HCD's Division of Codes and Standards. I will be presenting an overview of the 2016 California Electrical Code Package. Our proposals are a result of review of the 2014 NEC, email requests for comments from stakeholders, and the September 9th, 2015 CAC meeting. We're proposing a modest package without significant changes. Our intent was to bring forward existing California amendments, evaluate and repeal any existing California amendments which are no longer necessary, evaluate the 4 new articles to the 2014 NEC. Basically, the highlights of the package include proposed adoption of the 2014 NEC by reference into the 2016 California Electrical Code, repeal the 2013 California Electrical Code. In doing this, HCD conducted a 45-day public comment period from October 9th to November 23rd. No public comments were received during the public comment period or after. This concludes HCD's overview of the electrical code package before you today, and we would now like to ask the Commission for approval and adoption of the 2016 California Electrical Code. We'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. I'm now going to be turning to the Commission for comments on item 6A. Or questions? And I'm going to ask that those who are on the telephone to please queue up if they wish to comment or ask questions on item 6A. All right, I do have some a speaker's code that's been, card that's been submitted. Mike Stone. Mr. Stone, if you would please restate your name and who you're representing, that would be helpful.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Mike Stone. I am representing the National Electrical Manufacturers Association. I am also known as NEMA. I'm the NEMA West Coast Field Representative, and I'm also the Vice Chair of the Plumbing, Electrical, Mechanical, and Energy Code Advisory Committee for this code cycle. And I'm speaking in support of the state agency's proposals and the Code Advisory Committee's recommendations to the Building Standards Commission for adoption of the 2014 NEC and also the 2015 Uniform Plumbing Code and Uniform Mechanical Codes as well. I'd like to make two brief comments. One, as the Vice Chair of the Plumbing, Electrical, Mechanical, Energy Code Advisory Committee, I would like to thank the agency staff members who prepared the adoption package. They did an excellent job. They were well prepared during our hearings, and they answered all the committee's questions, and thank you very much for that hard work. My second comment is, as the NEMA West Coast Field Rep, I cover the 11 western states for NEMA for code adoption issues, especially the National Electrical Code. And I would like to give kudos to the Building Standards Commission and state agency staff for keeping the amendments to the NEC to a minimum. During the course of the code hearings, the commission meeting last month, as well as the Code Advisory Committee meetings in September, I heard several of the commissioners and agency directors voice their support of using the national model codes as much as possible, and this is great. This is really a big deal for the manufacturers. If they have to adjust their products to conform to various local amendments in various states, that adds cost and complexity. And it's also, the same issue is important to designers, engineers, contractors, and trade workers who do business in more than one state. And if they have to keep up with all the differences between the states. So uniformity and model code adoption is a good thing. Some states have hundreds of local amendments, some of the states that I work in, and some of the amendments compromise the safety of the public. California has done a great job of keeping local amendments to a minimum. It's good policy for those that do business in California and helps ensure the greatest level of safety for the public. And on my speaker card, I indicated that I would speak on items 4, 6, 7, 8, and 9, but I'm going to give the same testimony every time, so in the interest of time, I'll just, unless something special comes up, I won't get up to speak again, but if you could record that, in the record for those items as well, and supporting.
Mr. Stone, we will indeed do that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else from the public that would like to speak at this time who has perhaps not put forward a card? All right, we'll now turn to the phones. Could we check and see if there's anybody who wishes to speak on item 6A?
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay, thank you. That concludes the public comment portion, so I'll turn item 6A back over to the commissioners and entertain a motion at this time to consider the Department of Housing and Community Development's request for adoption of their proposed regulations for Part 3, 2016 California Electrical Code.
Commissioner Mattel, so moved, approved.
Commissioner McIntyre, second.
It's been moved and seconded Is there any further discussion from the commissioners at this time? Okay, seeing none, Pam, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Barthman? Commissioner Booth?
Yes.
Commissioner Klaus Buckner?
Yes.
Commissioner Mickelton?
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts?
Yes.
Commissioner Sasaki?
Aye.
Commissioner Winkle?
Yes.
Commissioner Patel?
Yes.
Commissioner Santillan?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. The vote is unanimous. The motion is carried. All right, moving on. The next item on the agenda is item 6B, the proposed adoption and amendment by the Department of Housing and Community Development to the 2016 California Mechanical Code, Part 4 of Title 24. As a proposing agency, the Department of Housing and Community Development staff is requesting the department, is requesting Building Standards Commission approve the proposed regulations for publication into Title 24. So could you please reintroduce yourselves? Kyle, I don't know if you're speaking to this, and with your title as well, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Kyle Kraus, State Housing Law Program Manager with the Department of Housing. I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Mark Foley for an overview of this package.
Mr. Foley?
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Mark Foley. I am a District Representative 1 with HCD's Division of Codes and Standards, and will be presenting an overview of the 2016 California Mechanical Code proposal. Our proposals are a result of review of the 2015 UMC, email requests for comments from stakeholders, September 9th, 2015 Commission meeting, and we are proposing a modest package without significant changes. Our intent was to bring forward existing California amendments, evaluate and repeal any existing California amendments which are no longer necessary. Some of the highlights are proposed adoption of the 2015 UMC by reference into the 2016 California Mechanical Code, and repeal the 2013 California Mechanical Code. During this, HCD conducted a 45-day public comment period from October 9, 2015 to November 23, 2015. No public comments were received. This concludes HCD's overview of the Mechanical Code package before you today, and we would now like to ask the Commission for approval and adoption of the 2016 California Mechanical Code. We're happy to answer any questions at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Foley. Item 6B is open for the Commission's discussion and questions. No? Okay, seeing none. We'll now take comments from the members of the public. And as Mr. Stone stated, he has the same comments of support on this item as he just made. And Mr. McClintock as well, the same supportive comments that he made earlier. There should be people queuing if they would like to talk on the phone. Sorry, I should have said that earlier. Why don't we go ahead and see if there's somebody on the phone?
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay, thank you. That concludes the public comment portion, so I will turn item 6B back over to the commissioners and entertain a motion at this time to consider the Department of Housing and Community Development's request for adoption of their proposed regulations for Part 4, 2016 California Mechanical Code. Do I have a motion?
Commissioner Roberts, move for approval.
Commissioner Santillan, second.
It has been, a motion has been made and seconded. Is there any further discussion on this item by the commission at this time? Okay, seeing none, Pam, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Barthman?
Yes.
Commissioner Booth?
Yes.
Commissioner Klaus Buckner?
Aye.
Commissioner Mickelton?
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts?
Yes.
Commissioner Sasaki?
Aye.
Commissioner Winkle?
Yes.
Commissioner Patel,
Yes.
Commissioner Santillan.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Pam. The vote is unanimous, and the motion is carried. All right. Yeah. No, let's do this now. We're just discussing whether we have a break time in a few minutes. So we're going to go ahead and take up item 6C, the proposed adoption and amendment by the Department of Housing and Community Development to the 2016 California Plumbing Code, Part 5 of Title 24. As a proposing agency, the Department of Housing and Community Development is requesting the Building Standards Commission approve the proposed regulation for publication into Title 24. The HCD staff, please introduce yourself and give your title and present the overview.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Kyle Kraus with State Housing Law Program, Department of Housing, and I'd like to welcome Beth Maynard, who will be presenting the package for the California Plumbing Code.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay. Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Beth Maynard, and I am a District Representative 2 with HCD's Codes and Standards. I will be presenting an overview of the 2016 California Plumbing Code proposals. Our proposal is a result of a review of the 2015 Uniform Plumbing Code, 2 focus group meetings with stakeholders, and stakeholder comments. We are proposing a modest package without significant changes. Our intent was to carry forward the California amendments, to repeal any existing unnecessary California amendments. Important changes is to adopt the 2015 Uniform Plumbing Code, repeal the 2013 California Plumbing Code. Clarifications for any existing amendments, editorial modifications, repeal of unnecessary existing amendments. Details for important new amendments. No comments were received during our 45-day comment period. However, HCD's internal review of Table 610.3 and 702.1 determined that current amendments are unclear and confusing. HCD made necessary changes to these tables to provide consistency with the Mobile Home Parks Act and the regulations adopted by HCD governing mobile home parks and installations into the California Code of Regulations, Title 25. HCD then conducted a 15-day comment period, and no comments were received at that time. This information was omitted from the from the Commission's action matrix. So that concludes HCD's overview of the 2015 California Plumbing Code, and we'd like to ask the Commission for their approval and adoption of the 2016 California Plumbing Code, and we're happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Ms. Maynard. I'll now open, our item number 6C is open for the discussion of the Commission. Any questions? Okay. Seeing none, we will now turn to the public, and I want to remind anyone that's on the phone to please queue now for comments on item 6C. Okay, we have 2 comments, cards still, Mr. Mike Stone and Mr. Tim McClintock, who previously mentioned that they spoke in support of this item. Is there anyone else in the public who would like to speak at this time? Okay, seeing none, shall we please check the phones?
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay, thank you. That concludes the public comment portion, so I will turn item 6C back over to the Commissioners and entertain a motion at this time to consider the Department of Housing and Community Development's request for adoption of their proposed regulation for Part 5, 2016 California Plumbing Code.
I move it be approved.
Booth? Second. It has been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion on item 6C by the Commission? Okay, seeing none, Pam, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Barthman,
Yes.
Commissioner Booth,
Yes.
Commissioner Klaus Buckner,
Yes.
Commissioner Mickelton,
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts,
Yes.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Winkle. Commissioner Patel,
Yes.
Commissioner Santillan.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Pam. The vote is unanimous. The motion is carried. Thank you. All right, we will move on to item 6D, the proposed adoption and amendment by the Department of Housing and Community Development to the 2016 California Green Building Standards Code, Part 11 of Title 24. As a proposing agency, the Department of Housing and Community Development is requesting the Building Standards Commission approve the proposed regulations for publication into Title 24. Gentlemen, please reintroduce yourselves and give your title.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kyle Kraus, Department of Housing and Community Development, Division of Codes and Standards. I'd like to introduce Mr. Stoyan Bumbalov, who will present the overview of the Cal Green Code package.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Stoyan Bumbalov. I'm a District Representative 2 with HCD's Divisions of Codes and Standards, State Housing Law Program. And as Kyle said, I'm going to present an overview of HCD's proposals for 2016 Cal Green. Our proposals are a result of a review of the existing regulations in the 2013 Cal Green, a review and evaluation of relevant green building standards and guidelines. As you know, there is no model code for Cal Green in California. 2 focus group meetings, Code Advisory Committee meeting, stakeholders' comments and recommendations. HCD also took into consideration the 2 emergency standards adopted by the California Building Standard Commission as part of the 2013 Cal Green. As usual, we conducted a 45-day public comment period from October 9th, 2015 to November 23rd, 2015. 1 comment in support of HCD's proposals.
Stoyan, just slow a little bit, thank you.
I'm trying.
That's okay.
1 comment in support was received during the 45-day comment period. There was no subsequent public comment period, no 15-day comment period. In summary, we are proposing a modest package without significant regulatory changes. The 2016 Cal Green package contains mostly clarifications and editorial modifications, modifications for consistency with other codes and regulations, adoption of new definitions for terms used in newly proposed language. We also propose to increase the percentage of diverted non-hazardous construction and demolition waste from 50% to 65%, moving the existing Tier 1 voluntary measure to mandatory. We are proposing adoption of Section 4.410.2, which is recycling by occupants. And we are proposing adoption of Section A4303.5, hot water recirculation systems, which is a new elective measure for water conservation. This is the most important in our package. Today, we would like to ask the Commission for approval and adoption of 2016 Cal Green. If you have specific questions, I'll be happy to answer and further discuss.
Thank you. Item 6D is now open for the Commissioners' discussion and questions. Okay, seeing none. I would like people who wish to speak on the phones to please queue up at this time. We'll now proceed to comments from the public. We have supportive comments still from Mr. Tim McClintock and Mr. Mike Stone. Is there anyone else who would like to address the Commission on this item 6D at this time? You seeing none? Let's go to the phone and see if there's anyone who wishes to speak.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Thank you. That concludes the public comment portion, so I will turn item 6D back over to the Commissioners and entertain a motion at this time to consider the Department of Housing and Community Development's request for adoption of their proposed regulations for Part 11, 2016 California Green Building Standards Code.
Commissioner Mickerton, move to approve.
Okay.
Commissioner Klaus Brickner, second.
It has been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion from the Commissioners regarding this motion? Okay, seeing none, Pam, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Barthman,
Yes.
Commissioner Booth,
Yes.
Commissioner Klaus Buckner,
Aye.
Commissioner Mickleton,
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts,
Yes.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Winkle,
Yes.
Commissioner Patel,
Yes.
Commissioner Santillan.
Yes.
Thank you, Pam. The vote is unanimous. The motion is carried. Thank you all. All right. The next item on our agenda is item 6E, the proposed adoption and amendment by the Department of Housing and Community Development to the 2016 California Existing Building Code, Part 10 of Title 24. As a proposing agency, the Department of Housing and Community Development is requesting the Building Standards Commission approve the proposed regulation for publication into Title 24. Gentlemen, please reintroduce yourselves and title.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Kyle Kraus, Department of Housing and Community Development, State Housing Law Program. And I'd like to welcome back Mr. Tom Martin to give the overview of the 2016 California Existing Building Code.
Okay, Mr. Martin?
Chair and Commissioners, my name is Tom Martin, and I'm District Representative 2 with the HCD's Division of Codes and Standards. I will be presenting an overview of the 2016 California Existing Building Code proposal. Our proposals are a result of review of the 2015 IEBC, a February 19, 2015 focus group meeting, requests for comments from stakeholders, and an August 12th and 13th, 2015 CAC meeting. We are proposing a modest package without significant regulatory changes. Our intent was to evaluate the 2015 IEBC to bring forward existing California amendments from the 2013 CBC Chapter 34, evaluate and repeal any existing California amendments which were no longer necessary. The basic highlights to the package: proposed adoption of the 2015 IEBC by reference into the 2016 California Existing Building Code, bring forward existing California amendments from the CBC Chapter 34. HCD conducted a 45-day comment period from September 11, 2015 to October 26, 2015, in which no comments were received during or after the comment period. HCD conducted a subsequent 15-day comment period from December 10, 2015 to December 28, 2015, in which no comments were received during or after the comment period. This concludes HCD's overview of the existing building package before you today, and we would now like to ask commissioners for approval and adoption of the 2016 California Existing Building Code.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Item 6E is open for commissioners' discussion and question. Yes, Mr. Sasaki.
Has HCD considered outreach to local agencies or jurisdictions about some of the HCD amendments? And one specific amendment is in the repair section, which is on page 2 of our addendum to final express terms. It's section 404.1.1, and it's under repairs, and it's titled Replacement, Retention, and Extension of Original Materials. That's been an amendment that HCD has brought forward over a number of code cycles. It's important because it allows building owners to repair, for example, damaged elements with the same kind of materials or construction. What I've observed over the number of years is that local jurisdictions, some local jurisdictions, and including some large ones, will amend or revise language in there to essentially not allow kind of in-kind replacement, which, and I'm not a lawyer, which would seem to be in direct contradiction to state law or the health and safety code. I mean, one of the distinctions with HCD is that there is a state housing law, which is in the health and safety code. So and for this particular provision, there is a health and safety code section that has very similar language to this HCD exception. So thus my question, has HCD considered providing some outreach or some information to local jurisdictions that when they're doing amendments, particularly amendments to HCD amendments, that they consider whether or not they in fact are contradicting state housing law?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Sasaki. And in fact, HCD is currently in the process of preparing an information bulletin that we will be sending out to all jurisdictions. And we also give periodic code updates and code change presentations to various ICC chapters and other organizations that are interested in code development and what HCD is doing. And we will take that opportunity to add that into our presentation to make sure that memories don't forget the importance and significance of this statutory protection for existing buildings.
Thank you.
Are there any, yes, Ellie?
I have a question. I've brought this up before, and I guess you guys may want to clarify this in the future. In section 1173, there's a section on conflicts where it says you have to apply the most restrictive requirement. Do you think 11731 should be an exception to that, or it seems to be almost in conflict with 1173? So if you could clarify it to me or provide some form of clarification on your website, that would be helpful.
Thank you, Commissioner Klaus-Bruckner. This amendment is also proposed in other parts of Title 24 under HCD authority, and this is consistent with those other amendments, which allows single-family dwellings to be constructed in accordance with either the California Residential Code or the Building Code. It's really up to the designer or builder to determine which code that they desire to use for the construction of those dwellings. So that's the intent of this amendment.
I hear you, but 1173 says when there's a conflict, you have to use the most restrictive of the two. So a little clarification on your website would go a long ways, because the 11731 is a subsection, and the language almost sounds like an exception rather than a subsection.
Thank you. We'll take that under advisement. Thank you very much.
Okay. Are there any other comments on item 6E from the commission? Questions? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to ask that people queue up on the phone at this point in time. And there are no cards for item 6C. Is there anyone, however, who wishes to address the commission on item 6C? Okay, seeing none, let's turn to the phone.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Thank you. That concludes the public comment portion, so I will turn item 6E back over to the commissioners and entertain a motion at this time to consider the Department of Housing and Community Development's request for adoption of their proposed regulations for Part 10, 2016 California Existing Building Code.
Commissioner Sasaki, move to approve.
Second.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion of the commissioners regarding this motion? Seeing none, Pam, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Barthman,
Yes.
Commissioner Booth,
Yes.
Commissioner Klaus Buckner,
Aye.
Commissioner Mickelton,
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts,
Yes.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Winkle,
Yes.
Commissioner Patel,
Yes.
Commissioner Santillan.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Pam. So that, the motion passes unanimously. The motion is carried. Thank you. Thank you for all of the hard work that you all have done. Most appreciated. Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to take a lunch break at this time. It's 5 after, almost 10 after 12. And we will
Back to,
be
4 or
reconvening
no, 5,
promptly
sorry.
at 1 o'clock.
I think we're going next door. Ooh, I think we're going next door. Thank God I didn't say something like, he's a liar. Like one of those Senate hearings. I've seen some of those YouTube things, like, you know, some of the political candidates.
Yeah.
You know, they're walking off the stage or something, and they murmur under their breath, and it just comes out through. Like a commercial, want to get away.
Okay. So I have this on and I can go test, 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 testing. 1, 2, test. Hear anything? That's right. Test, test, testing. Good. Maybe it isn't.
Okay, so here is mine, and the other people have filled them out.
It worked.
What? You filling out?
That'd be perfect. That's all I need. Did you want a speaker's form?
Hi, how are you?
Here's another one. People.
You're just collecting the speaker forms?
Yeah.
No, I just
Oh,
put it down.
okay.
Yeah, right here. That's why she's here. She's saving space. Yeah, I've got a couple of spaces. She's saving space. Make sure this will be tomorrow. Probably not. You couldn't see that if it were.
If so, it's, yeah. I mean, my vision's pretty good, that's weird.
My vision's terrible. I don't think I can see that.
ready to?
Nice to meet you. Jacob. Oh, Northern. I'm from Orange County.
How about you? You had it.
Yeah.
How was the weather in Orange County?
We got lucky. We missed the rain.
Yeah.
It was a perfect time yesterday.
Of course, I'm sure missing the rain also means that you.
The problem was because of the high weather. Traveling on the high.
We're
out. She's collecting from everything. She is? Okay. But she needs to turn it in. Yeah. Okay. Oh, Leanne. Okay. I'll coordinate with her. Okay, thanks.
executive director.
He's what?
He's on the executive staff of this commission.
Oh.
Acting executive director.
They said somebody I know who was a mechanical engineer or trained I wanted something like this developed. Because, but for me, I actually wanted to have the ability to still press because I can still use my leg. But he's like, why do you need that? It's like, well, exercise. You know, I mean, this is for like mobility and, you know, it's, and it motorizes it, right? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there's only so much the adapters can do on the wheels.
It's not the first item on the agenda. That's gonna be us.
Yeah. Nice, yeah. When I first started the power chair, because I didn't have a manual chair to start with, when I went into the power chair, at first it was like asking me to die by doctor, and I, and she was like, well, not this, because I have arthritis in my spine and my shoulders and things like that, you know, but part of me that still was like,
Do you need help? We could, that will be blown up bigger, that's just, I don't know what happened.
Good. I was
Yeah.
just seeing where we are on the agenda.
Test, 1, 2, 3, test. It's weird. You might want to check this chair. It feels low. I don't know if they're adjustable. Sit in it and see.
Low. I think they're a little too low.
For the diet, I think you're right. I think I'm live. Oh, here's all the comments that were put in.
I'm going to put these right up in front of us here.
this up so it's correct.
Everybody doesn't realize that as they age, you get penny cracks. It's bad, people in accident, anybody. All these kids now with
Okay, so you've got your sideways tape,
Yep.
right? Very good.
I couldn't get it to print the correct, so I just did separate pages.
Oh, okay. Good.
So if we need that, we can use that.
Except when it's down.
Possible to do it.
And we have to get it done
Quickly, I
Then
know.
you do whatever you have to do.
Exactly right. Yes, you're right.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get started here in about 3 minutes. And if I can have you all take your seats and you wait about 3 minutes by the clock that I'm looking at on this wall.
You want to get that, Richard? Yeah, you'll be dragging it around. Okay, thanks. Okay. Yeah, that's life. Oh, for mobile? Okay. Only looking. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. We are back from our lunch break. Next item on our agenda is item 5A. However, it has been requested of the commission that we take what generally is done at the end of our meetings. It is agendized as item number 13 on today's agenda. It's been requested by members of the public if we could move that agendized item, which is the public comment, and that's the public's opportunity to comment on items that are not on the agenda. So I have several speaker requests to speak on items not on the agenda. So we will move that item number 13 and take it up now, and we will, after we're done with talking, having the public address us on items not on the agenda, then we will go to item 5A, which is the Division of State Architects Access Compliance, proposed adoption of amended access compliance provisions for incorporation into the 2016 California Building Code, Chapter 11B, California Code Regulations, Title 24, Part 2. So first, we will be taking up item number 13, which is those members of the public who wish to address the commission on items that are not on our agenda today.
Chairman Batcher, I apologize, there were no cards for me to fill out.
I am
I
sorry.
apologize for that.
Well, I apologize to you.
Thank you. And I want to, if I may just take a moment on this item, and then I'll step back.
If
you
I
don't
may
mind.
ask you first to introduce yourself
I
for the
will.
record.
Thank you. My name is Richard Scaff. I'm here representing my organization, Designing Accessible Communities. I'm the executive director. I want to just first say thank you for allowing us to have that public comment period for the items that are not on the agenda, because we need to be able to speak to a number of items that occurred in previous adoptions by this body that relate to today that aren't on today's agenda, and they have a great effect on what you will be doing today. So I really appreciate you taking the time to do that, and thank you. Appreciate your having us here today, and we look forward to speaking. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Richard. All right. I have many cards here, and I don't... That's fine. I couldn't hear what, your name, I'm sorry, ma'am. Okay.
Good afternoon, my name is Patricia.
Would you, and would you like a chair, ma'am, to sit in?
I'm actually fine standing up,
Okay,
thank you very much. Good afternoon, my name is Patricia Barbosa. I'm a civil rights attorney, formerly a deputy attorney general and counsel to the Building and Standards Commission, as well as the Division of the State Architect. So I have some familiarity with how the process works, both with the DSA and with the Building and Standards Commission. As you can tell by the number of people who got here with some sacrifice and difficulty in this rainy day, the issue of how the Division of State Architect is proposing regulations that affect the ability of persons with disabilities to move in the public areas is of great importance, not only because it keeps people from going to work and going to school and mainstreaming into life, but because we as a society have for some time determined that we believe disabled access to help people with disabilities mainstream into every part of our life is a very important public policy. We believe that as a state, and we believe that as a country under the ADA. I would like to discuss with you first a little bit of the process that I have noticed firsthand. As counsel to the Division of State Architect for many years, I saw how proposals were provided. I know how that's done in terms of public comment. I understand rulemaking. I understand the codes that go behind it. But I believe that the Division of State Architect has forgotten a very, very important mandate. Which is, in 1968, the California legislature passed Government Code 4450. And the mandate of Government Code 4450 is that we as a state wanted to ensure that all buildings, sidewalks, public facilities, and other public accommodations were made readily accessible to and usable by persons with disabilities. That is the catchphrase for our access in California. Readily accessible to and usable by. By the way, that actually has a federal definition. Congress said readily accessible means convenient, easy access, without obstructions, able to come in and out and use all the functions of a building. That is not terribly difficult. When I used to teach building officials about access, I would tell them, here's how you know whether or not you've got access. Can you get there and can you use it? Can you park? Can you go through the paths of travel? Can you get to the counter? Can you transact business at a bank? Can you use a restroom? Can you get your food? If you can do all that, you're going to have access. This is not so difficult that no one can do it. In 4450, the legislature said that the division of the state architect was mandated to propose regulations to ensure that Government 4450 would be accomplished, meaning buildings in public would be readily accessible to and usable by persons with disabilities. The beginning of that was with Title 24-2, which we're all aware of. We have come, though, to a new phase in the division of state architect. When I was with the Attorney General's office, I would frequently get calls.
Can you slow just a little bit for the captioning? So we can
I'm
pick up?
sorry.
That's okay, no problem.
I am by
Thank you.
nature a pretty quick talker.
Thank you.
One of the issues that has come up is that when persons with disabilities have regulations that may affect what it means, because that's really everything that the Division of State Architect, and then this board, as adopting those proposals, is doing. It's saying the Division of State Architect has proposed regulations to implement the will of the legislature. That's the purpose of DSA. That's the purpose of the building officials. I will indicate when I first started with this work many years ago, in the early 90s, I think is when I first started, I was informed, and I always informed the boards and the people that I worked with. Building officials, DSA, and this board is at the front line of civil rights for people with disabilities. Public health is important, public benefits are important, but for people with disabilities, a 1-inch step could be the wall of China. So the regulations to actually implement ready access is the front line of civil rights in this country. So what we're asking for is for the board to understand what's taking place. What is happening at this stage, and has happened unfortunately since Mr. Whittam has come in, is that the disability community is hearing of the proposals after the fact. Under government code, any agency that is proposing regulations that will impact a certain portion of the population. Let's say that you're doing standards for plumbers. You have to let the plumbers know what's happening because it will affect them. It also has a requirement that if the regulations are complex, then they're supposed to meet with the affected population or persons of interest prior to the rulemaking. The reason that you do that is because by the time the proposed regulations go out, all you can do is object. You can't help form the issues and those regulations. As an attorney, I know what it means when a regulation doesn't work. So for example, if you're now going to change the definition of a path of travel to what's negotiable or what the building official thinks is okay, you have a problem because every single lawsuit, whatever the violations were, they were approved by a building department. Every single violation. Also, of course, building officials are under great pressure not to put costs on builders. So that means that they have to be able to rely on clear, concise, strong enforcement. If you say to a building official, you tell them what is accessible by whatever your definition is at the time, you've now put the building official in the place of either reducing access or fighting the money powers in his or her district. That doesn't make any sense, and that does not give you ready access. The difficulty that we have had as a community, and I have had particularly as a civil rights attorney, is that if you don't know what really is required, you are guaranteed more lawsuits. You're guaranteed lawsuits because even if somebody wants to comply, that doesn't mean I think they have complied. Right now, we have a path of travel that says, this is how broad or wide the sidewalk has to be or the walkway. This is the maximum ramp you can have. This is when handrails apply, this is when detectable warnings apply, so that we can say that's an accessible path of travel. But if it's negotiable, that means anybody who, maybe a power chair can make it, but maybe your grandmother in the walker can't. That's not good rulemaking, and it fails to do the mandated work they're supposed to do. One of the issues here that I think is the most important is that this body as a commission is supposed to send back regulations that have not had meaningful participation by the persons of interest. Meaningful participation means more than what happened to me in late November when I was trying to deal with the issues that were being passed on the Certified Access Program. I was given 1 minute, and after the minute, they shut me down. It's not possible to do a regulation of some 30 pages. My own response was 17 pages of single-spaced. They gave me 1 minute. And after the 1 minute, they said, fine, now you've given your time. Well, that doesn't work because we did not have meaningful participation before the rulemaking was sent out. And if you were to give me and give this group meaningful participation, they'd be able to say, if you do X, this is the result. Because a builder, an architect, or even a lawyer, we're not going to know exactly what happens if you change a cross slope. Because we don't do cross slopes, we're not in wheelchairs. We're not going to know what's going to happen if you take away the cane deductible or change the path of travel going from the public right-of-way to the closest entrance. Because we're not blind and we're not going to end up in a driveway somewhere.
That's right.
So what we require, and what I think is mandated by this board and DSA, is to provide for meaningful participation. And if you are simply trying to dot I's and cross T's, that is not acceptable under the law or under the mandate of this state. And I understand, by the way, that there are a lot of pressures and a lot of different interests that you have to review, and I think that's exactly correct. I don't believe that you put access above everything else, that every other issue at every other time. But under the codes and under the mandate, if you're reducing access by changing the definition, and that's what's happening here, everyone knows that you're not going to be able to go in and say, we don't believe in ready access anymore. So what they're doing is changing the meaning of access. If you change access by making it less usable, you can still say it's readily accessible because you've changed the definition. You can't change the definition of what access is required without speaking to the people who will be most affected by that. And I'm not positive that the architects or even the building unions or everything else that's coming forward understands that an evaluation can result in work that is both usable and is not going to break their bank. I do many lawsuits, and I settle almost all of my lawsuits. And at the end of the day, we have access, and the business has another set of people that can come in and use it. I do not believe that anyone here is saying, we don't care if you have to close down your business. What we're saying is, if you allow us at the table to discuss the issues, we will tell you why access is not only our public policy, not only the right thing to do, but it's actually a benefit to the businesses to get your family members in and to get people in restaurants and hotels and everything else. I will leave you with just one little anecdote. I today spent the night at the Embassy Suites, very nice hotel. I asked for access. I said, please, is it wheelchair accessible? Because I had a person in a chair. They said, yes, we know what that means. And I said, okay, it has to be wheelchair accessible. This is a very large, strong, rich hotel. I come in, no accessibility whatsoever, zero. And I don't mean just a little bit off, nothing. But it was a designated accessible room. They then took me to another designated accessible room. And it had a lowered peephole. That was it. A lowered peephole in an accessible, it was $200 room for accessibility. They did not only understand what it was, but the building official who signed off on the number of accessible rooms they had to have signed off on it. Signed off without grab bars, without roll-in showers, without sinks that had space underneath it, without the ability to turn on and off the lights. A building official in Sacramento did that. I'm assuming that they did it not out of malice, but because either they don't know or they don't want to fight access. So here I am at 10 o'clock at night in a capital of the state of California, having very clearly asked for wheelchair accessible, tried to explain what I meant, being told, of course it is. 2 rooms that they designated as accessible had nothing. One had a peephole. It did have a peephole. These are the people, the building officials, that this board, that the DSA wants this board to say can make decisions on whether something should be accessible or not, as opposed to giving regulations. The regulations will assist the building officials. It's not in their benefit to give them a lot of discretion for a variety of reasons. But even now, when there's no discretion, I couldn't go to a hotel without having a tremendous problem. Even though I'm a civil rights attorney, I'm an expert in access regulations, and I still couldn't get anybody to answer me. So consider the fate of persons with disabilities trying to travel, trying to get into a store, trying to use a restroom, when people don't know what accessibility is. So I would implore this commission to send back all of the regulations that DSA has put forward. Send them back as not having had meaningful participation by the persons most affected by these regulations. I would like to thank you for your time and appreciate very much your willingness to listen to this very important issue.
Thank you, Ms. Barbosa. I have, thank you very much.
Next, if I could.
I was just going to say, there's somebody that had put a card forward and was yielding their time to haul in. So I was just about to call.
Oh, thank you.
The time's been yielded by a person with the last name of Gunn Cushman.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
If you can state your name and who, your title if appropriate, or who you're representing if appropriate.
Okay, I'm Holly-Ann DeLille. I've been an advocate for disability rights in this state for 40 years. I helped put together the very first accessibility standards in California for public accommodations, also for housing, and also for historic buildings. I was working for the Department of Rehabilitation at that time, and I was allowed to put together a coalition of 36 individuals and organizations to provide coordinated input on the development of those standards at that time. And I've been working on preserving them and making them better ever since. I was able to work with HCD and make sure that we brought the housing code up to compliance with the 1988 Fair Housing Amendments Act. And I've also worked with DSA on bringing our standards up to comply with what's required by the Americans with Disabilities Act. But we've been shut out basically from providing input since our current state architect took office. And there is, of course, Government Code 4450, which says that he must consult with an organization comprised of and representative of people with disabilities as he develops his access standards, his access code changes also. There's also Government Code 11346.45, which says when you have a large and complex body of code, this is 97 pages, you have to consult with those before publication. You have to consult with those who are most impacted, those that are affected, and that's before publication. That's when we can sit across the table with the state architect and he can say, look, I want to eliminate, for example, I want to eliminate handheld showers, nozzles in public showers. And we could have said to him then, that's a real problem just to eliminate them, because that means that people will have to sit under the shower head and adjust the temperature and sit there and the cold water or the very hot water until they get it adjusted, unless they're able to sit outside and reach the shower controls and adjust them then. Well, the state architect conceded through our public comment process. You'll see he conceded that it might be a problem, but he still wants you to adopt that standard anyway, even though it could endanger people with disabilities. We could have had that conversation early on, and maybe we wouldn't have to be here today. Or we wouldn't have to be showing up in protest as we are, because we are here in protest because we've been shut out of the process. Now, last May, Secretary Batcher, we were thrilled. We were so encouraged and hopeful because you allowed us to meet with you and Secretary Ana Caballero and your department heads, your division directors. And we went to you with respect and trust. You still have our respect, of course, but you have violated our trust. You told us at the end of that meeting, when we told you about the problem with not being able to participate at the beginning of the development of any access codes, we told you that we're not being able to participate there. The state architect is shutting us out in violation of these laws. And we had a suggestion for you. We said, we can help you put together a volunteer organization of people with disabilities selected from all over the state to be trained in reading code and understanding the code adoption process, so that the state architect could go to this body to consult with before he puts anything out for publication. And we also brought to you our concerns about the California Certified Access Specialist Program. And the state architect was in the room, and we were discussing our concerns. We had two very experienced code experts in the room, Peter Morgan and Barry Atwood. And they described to you how what's going on with CAS exacerbates lawsuits. And the state architect was in the room. He didn't tell us that there were code changes going through right then, regulation changes for the CASP program that had initiated the December in 2014. He didn't tell us that. We found out later, because we weren't on the mailing list, we found out later there were some regulation changes going through for CASP, and they allowed us to have this meeting that you've already described. They allowed us to have this so-called public hearing, in which there were 4 people in the room. 3 were allowed to speak for 1 minute. There were 17 people on the telephone. 3 of them that were allowed to speak for 1 minute. That was heartbreaking, just heartbreaking that we would be treated like that. And when we had gone to you and described to you the problems, and we want to help and work this out, and then we never heard from you. We never heard another word. You said you would meet with us and we would work on this, and it never happened. So here we are today. I just want to give you one more example of how ridiculous this process can get. I attended your Access Advisory Committee meetings when they went through all the proposed code changes from the state architect. And there was one that would eliminate assistive listening systems in assembly areas of employment areas, assembly rooms of employment areas. And the Access Advisory Committee recommended that that code change not be approved, but for the wrong reason. They said, not that it's a civil right and a violation of civil rights of people with hearing impairments or other people. They said, well, you might as well keep assistive listening systems because they don't cost much. That's ridiculous. You're not instructing your advisory committee as to what their job is. And it's not to make economic decisions on whether a code change will cost something or not. So we got to start all over. We need to start all over on this package and do it right and have people with disabilities and a dialogue. This hearing process is not a dialogue. We don't know what you're going to do, if you're hearing us or not. We need to be in a dialogue with the state architect or the Director of Housing and Community Development and the other agencies that process access code, so we can make sure that the problems are worked out before we get to public hearing, and certainly much sooner than we get to this point. This is our last hope that we can stop the state architect from shutting us out, and that we can stop the state architect from violating Government Code 4459, which says you cannot decrease access. And many of his code changes proposals before you today do decrease access to accessible routes, to restaurants, to remodeling construction. He wants to eliminate any seismic upgrade, doesn't have to comply with the code. You're allowing the state architect to single out building standards for accessibility as if there's something lesser than and different than electrical code, plumbing code, or fire code. As if there's some kind of voluntary easement in there. You can do it if you're in the mood that day. Our access standards have the same power, the same value as all building code does, and it's illegal to decrease them, and it's illegal to violate our civil rights, and it's illegal to shut us out.
Thank you. I have 9 people that have submitted request cards to speak on items that are not on the agenda. Mr. Scaff has just asked that he speak next, so.
Just for a moment, if I might.
Okay, I just wanted you to know there
I
are
will just
several
take a moment. My name again is Richard Scaff. I want to first ask, is the state architect joining us today? Is he in this room?
His representatives are in this.
His representatives, okay. I wanted to assure that he was here. I was one of those 4 people on the telephone that participated or tried to participate and was allowed a minute by a very aggressive chair of the meeting, not Mr. Whittam, and not a staff. It was somebody that was brought in to manage the meeting. Near the end of the meeting, and this is off agenda, but it relates to what everybody so far has talked about. Near the end of the meeting, and this was the discussion of the electric vehicle charging station requirements that were being put together by DSA. I made the comment that DSA was mandated to create code that created an accessible built environment. Maybe not in those exact words, but something like that, relating to what was being discussed, the electric vehicle charging stations, because I can say today that what we are looking at in the proposal isn't accessible. Mr. Whittam responded, and that's why I was asking. I was hoping he would be here today. Mr. Corellis and Derek Shaw were there. Mr. Whittam stated very clearly that the state mandate has a high, the state has a high mandate on environmental issues, and this was going to respond to environmental issues, and and we would have to take a secondary position on that. And you've heard now from Patricia Barbosa and you've heard from Holland. Both have very eloquently stated the kinds of interaction we've had, or a lack of interaction we've had. And that comes more than just a mechanical issue. It's not just, do we have interaction or not? It's the kind of interaction we have. Just like you're allowing us to, and I've got to say, I really appreciate this, Chairman Bacher. I thank you so much for this. We have been cut off, and the process for the development of in the 2013 package that you reviewed, we came to you. In that case, it was only Holland and myself at the meeting. I think Connie Arnold was there, maybe a couple of other people. This is a challenge for people to come to your meetings, not because of who you are, but because of the process to come to Sacramento to do this. And we told you what had happened during that process and Mr. Whittam was responsible for that process. There was about 150 pages of code changes, and each of the hearings that DSA had, Sacramento, Oakland, Los Angeles, and San Diego, weren't the same items in each case. They were different items in each case. One portion of the package was heard in Sacramento, another portion was heard in Oakland, another portion was heard in Los Angeles, and another portion was heard in San Diego. There was no way, Madam Chairman and members of this commission, that our community could manage that. There was no way. And we had not been part of any substantial participation prior to that in the development of what was in that huge package. If we had, and if we had been listened to, because it's not just saying, you have 1 minute, we listen to you, and thank you very much, now we're going to do what we want. The regulations say that substantial regulations assuring that the built environment is made accessible. It isn't that we are being balanced with what the state is trying to do on environmental issues, or for the hotel lobby, or for the restaurant lobby, or for Bob Raymer and the Building Industries Association, who at the 2000 meeting stood up and represented building inspectors. I don't know how he could do that. We have a problem, and you're seeing the outcome of that problem here today with these people here. They are here today not as code experts, and that's the problem. They have not been given the opportunity to become educated in this whole issue. I hope you will allow that to happen, and I hope you will not allow this package to go forward.
I have another person who's just brought a card forward. Joseph Berry would like to speak on item number 13.
I'd like to go next as well.
Well, all right, I'm sorry. Connie? These aren't in a numerical order, so I'm sorry. Connie, can you follow Mr. Berry since he's, okay, thank you.
Okay. My name is Joseph Berry. I'm sorry. Are you ready?
Yes,
Okay.
please.
I'll be brief. I understand that a lot of people have a lot to say here, and I'm in firm opposition of the plan that doesn't include, realistically, our input for the obvious reasons which have been stated. Of course, you don't want to have lawsuits, and you don't want to have issues of accessibility. But more importantly, there's an underlying theme here when we start to go through these kinds of processes. And that theme is, how do you value a significant portion of your population? And if you make a habit of basically disgracing this portion of the population, or make them feel unincluded, whether it's at a football game or in a restroom, whether it's at a job or crossing the street, what does that say to a child that has just been born with a disability? What does that say to your grandparent who may have just succumbed to a disability? It does more than say, hey, you're unable to access this room. It goes a little deeper and carries a bit of an overtone or a connotation that, hey, you're really not welcome in this society. And so, last thing, more important than big doors or adequate elevators or flat areas for us to be able to access, areas that everyone else are. I'll reiterate, it's more of a speaking to the value of a population. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Berry. Arnold?
Connie Arnold, I'm from Elk Grove, California. I've been a disability rights advocate for over 30 years. I've been in a wheelchair since I was 6 years old. I'm not sure I can be as eloquent of a speaker as Patricia Barbosa and Holland DeLille and Richard Scaff, who are, in my opinion, code experts. I feel bad about the day that we don't have a Richard Scaff and a Holland or a Patricia Barbosa here to represent our interests,
because of their extensive historical knowledge of disabled access codes here in California. And our strong California access codes are stronger than the codes in the Americans with Disabilities Act, which is not supposed to be decreased based on trying to conform our codes with the ADA. I have been participating in these presentations before the California Building Standards Commission hearings for over 30 years. And I have never felt so much discrimination than in the past few years under this current state architect. And I'm watching as our strong California access codes are being broken down right and left by the changes that are forthcoming that decrease my ability to function in the community. This is a time when we have an aging baby boomer population, of which many of you are part of that. And when access is needed more than ever, not less than ever. And so I have major concerns when I see and I participate at that November hearing that Patricia was on the phone for. I was in the room, in this very room. I was watching and getting angrier by the moment as I saw the henchman that was overseeing it and saying, you have 1 minute to speak, and taking our code professionals, whether on the phone or in person, and the advocates in the room, and after 1 minute and they went item by item. This is one of the difficulties. They went item by item, section by section, and unless you were a code professional, you could not keep up. You could not watch the screen of the transcriber, who often transcribes words incorrectly, like the word accessibility, and Chet Whittam, which I'm watching here on the state architect's name, and different staff persons' names that are coming up on the screen. And you could not keep up and know exactly, you had important things to say about your own experience, your, quote, professional experience as a person with a disability and what it's like to live with a disability in giving input on the codes. But even Peter Morgan, who I have great respect for as a CASP, Certified Access Specialist, was cut off after 1 minute. Okay, your turn, 1 minute. Cut him off. Richard Scaff spoke. Richard Scaff was in the middle of saying something, and the state architect was yelling at his mediator, who was managing the meeting. Cut him off! Cut him off! Cut him off now! After the meeting, I went up to Chet Whittam, the state architect. He said, I'm not going to talk to you, lady, if you talk about me and say I'm reducing access codes, and I've about had it. I thought he was going to hit me. His person that was overseeing the meetings had to pull him away. And he would like to just say, well, I have a wife in a wheelchair. What is that? I was involved in a lawsuit once against a McDonald's who was owned by a man that had a son in a wheelchair with a completely inaccessible bathroom, so much so that the staff offered to carry me to the toilet. And he had experience with a member of his family having a disability. So what is wrong here? I've been at some of the accessibility committee meetings to give input on things like electric vehicle charging stations. A lot of times I feel like some of the advisory committees that are created by the state, they're required to have input by persons with disabilities, are just there to take our input and then discount it. And I'm sick and tired of this crap. And I'm sick and tired of living with a disability and having to function in a built environment that is not accessible. Yeah. And then you wonder why we have accessibility lawsuits. Because we have building codes and buildings passed through by the building officials that are not accessible. Let me give you a good example. Marbrisa Hotel in San Diego. Now, I signed up for one of those Hilton Grand Venture vacation packages, and I was going to stay at Marbrisa. I call up, I said I'd like a wheelchair accessible room with a roll-in shower. They didn't have one after explaining. They said, well, the shower has a 3-inch lip. I said, well, that's not, it's a brand new hotel built within just the past few years. Okay? My professor of my law class at American River College happened to go to the same hotel last year. She said, that was a terrible place. You should sue them, Connie. Their parking, they had one accessible space up front in a gigantic parking lot overlooking, what is that, those little toggle things the kids build. There's like a Disneyland down there. Can't think what it's.
Legoland.
Legoland, that's it. It was like near there. And all the hotels in that hotel row were brand new. Even the hotel I stayed at, the access was poor. It was better than Marbrisa, obviously. And I had to get a different hotel because of this whole experience. They did have a couple other parking spaces at Marbrisa, but they were way out of a path of travel unless you wanted to go up a big ramp to another hotel. But you would never see them. The signage wasn't very good. And I did talk to the manager down there. But this is the kind of stuff, the stuff that Patricia Barbosa mentioned. You ask for accessible room, and then you get there, whatever hours that is, and it's not accessible. And you're scrambling to figure out how you're going to deal with the next barrier in your life, whether it's using the ability to use a toilet, or the ability to park, or the ability to have a path of travel that is accessible through a shopping center without walking or rolling behind parked cars, whether you're in a wheelchair or you're legally blind. These are the things that we're talking about. How about restaurants? I saw an email from Dennis, and I'm sure it came down from the top, but unless the restaurants don't have to provide accessible seating anymore, unless they're fixed and bolted to the ground, well, where am I supposed to sit when I go out and eat with my friends? Do I again have to go into another Chevy's like the one in Elk Grove and say, excuse me, why are you taking out all of the low accessible tables and putting in high tables? I said, do you know that's a violation of my civil rights? You have to have a percentage of accessible seating for people with disabilities. And literally get down to threatening further action if they were going to not offer any seating where I went to a place on a regular basis. And the manager said, well, I've never had this problem before, and I worked at this other place. Well, I don't care. And we used to have segregation in this country, and we used to have separate facilities. Okay? And there was a cost. This cost argument business was used before in history. It was used to say, we cannot tear down these barriers because it's going to cost us money. Well, providing access for everybody costs us money. It costs the entire world money. But it is the right thing to do, to provide access for persons with disabilities of all ages, from the children in playgrounds to people attending schools, to going to restaurants, to going to Disneyland, to partaking in opportunities in the workplace. We will never get fully integrated into the workplace unless we have an accessible environment. So what I want to say is that it's not acceptable to be having an architect in the business of breaking California laws, in the business of decreasing our access, having the people directly impacted by these regulations, for instance, the CASP regulations, not finding out till after the process is done about that these changes are going to affect you just because you didn't think it was going to affect us. excluding us from the process. So what I want to see is a rejection of this complete package of code changes and go back and provide us with meaningful access to the process and let us come in as non-experts in code development and reading. Teach us how to read the codes, because I, for one, am going to be sad when I don't have a Richard Scaff and a Hall Lynn around to help us fight this process to ensure access for everybody with a disability, whether you're blind, whether you're in a wheelchair, whether you have a hearing impairment. It needs to not be about cost. And I sat in that room at that hearing in November. In the end, after that initial hearing, they went to a bigger session and they broke it out and said, oh, now you have 5 minutes to talk. But when it was important, you didn't have 5 minutes to talk. And that's not acceptable. And I heard the state architect say, in relation to the electric vehicle charging stations, not calling them parking places and not wanting to put signage on the accessible parking space, that there were other factors more important, essentially more important in relation to the environment than our needs to have access. And even Terry Terrell, who I don't think made it in here today yet, as far as I know, she was in a wheelchair. Even her daughter owns a hybrid car that she rides in, and she uses a wheelchair, and she needs to be able to park at an electric vehicle parking station and get out. I mean, people don't just go plug in their car and sit in their car. They get out. It's a parking space. Okay, so we need to have access to everything that anybody else in society has in terms of the built environment and in terms of guaranteeing our civil rights. And I thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Arnold. I have other speaking cards. Is Pam Scogans here? Hi.
Would you like a chair?
Yes. Yeah, I think she should have
Is
a
it,
chair.
can you, how does this work?
It's on, but would you
okay.
like to sit down?
We can get
Well,
you a chair.
no, I'm fine. I basically am here in support of not taking away access to people with disabilities. I might not be in a wheelchair, but I do have an access plaque, and I have arthritis, and I have my bad days sometimes. I also have my sciatica. So it does help to have that and not have to go on those bad days, struggle in trying to walk across a parking lot. For people with in wheelchairs, they need this extra space. Otherwise, you're asking for other problems, such as being parked way back and all the traffic and the stuff. And also, it's not just for people with disabilities. You have people in wars who will become disabled, who will need access. You have any one of you could break a leg or something. You will need a wheelchair too. And you will find that trying to get in and out of a car could be a problem at times. I just ask that you do the right thing and look over and please put somebody in on your hearings who has a disability, who knows who has experienced this stuff. For somebody who hasn't experienced it, it's like asking a plumber to come fix your house because your pipes are bad. And all they can say is, my dad used to fix pipes, I figure it out. It's not right. It's not looking at the point. So I just ask you to do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Scogans. Have a request from Peter Mendoza. Would Peter like to? Okay, great.
Play musical chairs.
Okay.
All the more reason for access.
That's right.
figure out how to get. Do you have a portable mic, Madam Chair?
Portable mic, I think that will pick your, I think that it should be,
Okay.
yeah, we can hear you, yeah.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, for the record, my name is Peter Mendoza and I'm from Marin County. And I've been involved in disability rights for many years, probably over 35. And what we're asking for is a seat at the table, because especially lately, it's been difficult to have our opinions represented when it comes to development of Title 24. Even participating in the public process is very difficult. As many people have mentioned, I was also on the phone during the call in November regarding the proposed changes to the CAS program, and I wanted to give input. 3 different times I pressed the button so that I could be recognized, and a couple of times it said I would be the next person. But I was never allowed to speak. And I was following the process that set up through the DSA and the state architect. Yet I couldn't communicate. I couldn't say what I felt about the proposed changes to the CAS program. I did participate. There was a chance after that item for you to speak as part of a regular meeting, but even then our time was limited. It's important when you develop code that you really listen to the people who it's affected by. If I can't get into a restaurant, or with the proposed changes to seating in restaurants, which I find very troubling, or if there's changes to parking, like being proposed with the charging stations, where the accessible charging station won't be enforceable, so anybody that will be able to park there, not just a person with a disability with a placard. Those are all very troubling. Or the proposed changes to path of travel are troubling too. To leave path of travel issues to a building official is really difficult. One is you won't have a consistent standard. 2, every person with a disability, when we travel, at least, we need to know what to expect, and we need to know code well enough so that we know how to best navigate and get around. I have my own business. I'm very active. I'm also, like everyone else here, I enjoy living, working, playing, and having a normal and very productive and happy life. But we need the right to be able to have access, not to have it rolled back. We're not here as people who want to obstruct the process. We're asking for a seat at the table so that when I spend time on a phone or come to a meeting, I know that my input will be valued. The advisory committee needs to be really reinstated. The process needs to be opened up enough so that whether you're a code expert or not a code expert, that you have the ability to fully participate. The meetings and phone, the various methods that people participate in meetings also has to be truly accessible. And the people like yourselves who make the decisions really have to listen and take what we say to heart. And while we may not always agree, and while there's always differences in government policy, we need to have an equal seat at the table so at least we can feel valued and respected when we take the time to travel far and wide, as we all did today, to come speak to you. We're here because we don't know what else to do, because we're knocking at the door and wanting to come in, but we're not having a seat at the table. So we don't know how to move forward with you all so that we can at least have input in the code that you're developing. So what I'd like to hear from you today or in the near future is what steps could be done to open up the process to make it truly accessible for people with disabilities. Because it is our right under the law, but it's also the right thing to do. We're expected by society to be productive, and we should be, but we need help. We need policy that will allow us to work, play, recreate, and do everything else in life that you all do. We need the code to make that possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mendoza. I have a request from Fiona, is it Hines or Hines? Is Fiona here? Okay, great. Could you, Dennis, could you make sure that she understands that that's the space there?
The space here for you.
I yield my time to another speaker.
Okay. Thank you. She is going to yield her time to another speaker. Is Russell Rawlings here?
She does want to speak, right? It's okay.
Good afternoon. My
Good
name is
afternoon.
Russell Rawlings. Can I get a hand?
Dennis.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Russell Rawlings. I'm a resident of Sacramento, and I am originally from Texas. So I get the regional differences in access that exist in this country. There are real problems. I, over the summer, visited Massachusetts in the Cape Cod area. And let me tell you, this country is not equal when it comes to access. California has created a gold standard here on what it means for citizens with disabilities to be able to live and participate equitably in their communities. And what's happening here is an eroding of that. It's a destruction of it. I've heard a lot of great testimony on just how this process has excluded folks with disabilities. So I'm not going to belabor a lot of that because I was not in any of that discussion. But I think it's a real shame that we're sitting here today, the day immediately following a very important day that celebrates the great strides that people have made in civil rights, and we're sitting here talking about taking them away. So I would say that the state architect really needs to take this seriously. And if the process continues to exclude people with disabilities, I would encourage all of my allies here to go to their legislature and demand that the state architect be recalled, because that's really our only option at this point. So this is a serious matter, and I encourage all of you to take it very seriously, because whenever voices are ignored, sometimes the only way to get it back is through very stern action. And I can guarantee all of you that if I have to take another day to come up here and testify again, I won't be leaving until all of you have a full understanding of what it means to have a disability and the history of disability culture. So I'll come armed with some reading materials next time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rollins. Thank you. We are going to take a 15-minute break so our recorder can rest his hands. So 15 minutes. The clock on the wall says it's 1 minute after 2. So let's try and be back in the room by 2:15. Works? Okay, thank you.
That's the three modes of
Confirm the February 4th. February 4th, looks like it's going to, everybody here afternoons, yeah. She said, for your schedule. It looks like we have 6, we have quorum for that day, so it'll probably be February 4th. Okay. Okay? We need to get that out. Yeah, Trina will get the message out today.
That's good. That's good.
Test, test, test. Test, test. Okay.
CBSC, which runs a very tight ship.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get back into our session. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get back in our session. It's a little bit after 2:15. We're almost at 2:20.
You don't have a gavel.
Is it your desire that we stay here at the table?
No, you probably, no, you shouldn't. No, yeah, it's not my desire. I think it's much better that you don't. Yeah, 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 thank you. Yeah, yeah.
Leanne's giving the microphone.
Good, good, good.
Use that. And then also check the building, and they'll have somebody here at 4:30, and then when you guys go out, they'll take you out through
Okay.
there's an alarm that has to be turned off.
Yeah, no, I've done it before, yeah. I haven't alarmed it, but.
Yeah, so they'll have somebody here at 4:30, because that's basically when you wrap things up.
Yeah. Okay. I have 10 people that are still in the queue who wish to speak on item 13, which, again, just to remind you, is on our agenda as to address the commission on items that are not on the agenda. I don't want to cut anybody off or limit them, but I also want to give everybody the opportunity to speak. So I'm going to go through the list, and as I said, we have 10, 11 people still wanting. So perhaps you could kind of limit your comments. Maybe if somebody else before you has already made the point, you could just say, how Lynn made the point I'd like to make, I'd just like to underscore it, or something like that, just so we hear you, but that everyone gets time before us today. So the next person on the list is Chandra Livingston Blanks? Is it Blanks or Banks? Blanks. Okay, thank you. Would you like to come forward? And you can, there's some chairs, you can sit.
Standing.
Oh, no, really, if you'd like to sit down, please.
I've been sitting.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Yep, your
and
choice.
thank
And
you.
speak
Yeah,
into the
you'll need to grab a
mic. You'll
mic.
have to just, there you
And the
go.
little green button, I think, push that and it should go on for you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we
Perfect.
can, thank you.
Good afternoon.
And if you could just repeat your name for the record.
Okay, my name is Chandra Livingston Blanks, and that's Chandra. I'd like to thank you all for the opportunity to hear me. I'm a disabled individual, and I suppose you could say I have an where you can't see it, disability. I'm a multiple brain aneurysm survivor, and which I have 6 of them. 2 are currently inoperable. I've had 4 brain surgeries over the past 6 years. I'm totally disappointed and devastated to learn that the DSA has eliminated the Accessibility Advisory Committee. That program should be reinstated or put back into effect so there is a board to listen to the concerns of the disabled community in reference to accessibility, not just in grocery stores and hotels and restaurants, but also the electric vehicles having signage on them, not just saying that they are for charging your vehicle, but charging your vehicle for the disabled community. Not only that, I also believe, excuse me? Okay, I also believe that, see, before I became disabled, I worked for the City of Sacramento Planning and Development Department. I'm totally, totally disappointed at the fact that the gentlemen or the individuals that work in planning and development and code enforcement don't have the knowledge to go in and say that this is the definition of accessibility and to make the hotels accessible for disabled people. You know, that just putting a low peephole in a door means that it's in compliance. That's totally incorrect. There should be bars and showers. There should be total accessibility, not just a peephole that you can see from a wheelchair. So the DSA really strongly needs to reinforce or put the program back into effect, the access Advisory Commission back into effect and have people like myself and people that are in wheelchairs. I'm not in a wheelchair, obviously, but wheelchair-bound folks that are on the committee, and let our voices be heard. You know, not just give us a minute, or not let us know the outcome after the decision has been made. We should be a part of it, an active part, an intricate part of the decision-making that pertains to the disabled community. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Have a request from Vanessa Proe? Okay.
Hold on. No translator.
Can we get the mic down here?
Yes.
You sit down, look at the microphone. Oh, I don't need it. Okay. I'll just. The microphone? I'll just, I'll use yours. The microphone's right in front of you.
If there's one right in front of you, that's best.
Okay.
Good. Yes.
I don't know, is it?
Yes, yes, it is, it is.
But she needs one too.
Yeah, she has one as
Okay,
well.
all right, we're ready.
Would you per?
My name is Vanessa Proe. I am. Say it again. I'm disappointed that you're. What? Going against the ADA. Thank you, Dolores. I have water pills. I need to use the public bathrooms when I'm. Wherever I go. And it's being signed without the disability committee? Did I get that right? Yeah. Okay.
Are you going to go over? You gonna get you gonna be in a wheelchair.
How are you gonna get over there if you're gonna be in a wheelchair?
You're gonna get older and you're
Oh, you're gonna get older and you're gonna be in a wheelchair. Translation by committee.
In the in the past, we have our things, and somebody with a disability on the board.
We should have our say-so and somebody with a disability on the board. And when it passes, we should have all that.
And that's all I got to say.
And that's all I gotta say.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
John Cushman. I'm from Oakland, and originally I yielded my time to Holland, so thank you for letting me squeeze in anyway. The more I hear from everybody, first of all, I agree with everything that our folks have said, and I want one huzzah from this crowd. I have 44 years of being a blind person. Therefore, I qualify that, however, by saying that I am one blind elderly, but there are still people who are being born blind. And so blindness is not just an age. I'm not going to bore you with all the vision jokes I could make about this endeavor that you're... you guys are being very short-sighted. Or not, you are us, we are you. You are going to be in my shoes someday. People age, they lose things. They lose their memories. They lose their energy, which can affect many things, and I've counted 6 off right there. And these things are things, and no matter how good medical equipment, and for better to say that for me, universal design is just plain old common sense, which to have that as the forefront of our thoughts. And yes, there shouldn't be one step. There should never need to be stairs. That was hecka expensive, and we probably could have used that money for other things. But it does look really cool. Can't use them. I'm here to advocate for Universal Design Committee with real power. I don't want to be here next year. I don't want to be here in 6 months, sick and tired of it. And I am not a code expert, and I've been an advocate since 1993. So I do have some...
From Christy Rudder.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Had to make the trip up here today to address this. Come out together, to band together, to work with this board and with the state arts in California. I was first injured in 1984. I was involved in the Paralympics. And most of the places we went to at that time, it's the floor in order to take a shower or to use the toilet. Those days are gone first. Why is this board putting lobbyists before the people? Hey, you can open for business when they know straight out that it is not accessible. An emblem up saying, hey, I have a cash report. Why is that allowed to be ready to sit that's accessible? There's no limit. We people, you're serving us, and we are part of those people. And you're going to be a part of us too someday.
Name, Barry.
Sorry, I was writing on.
State your name, Mr. Atwood.
I live in Albany, California, being debated by the state legislature. There was a grand bargain. Everything existing needs to come closer to compliance, usable by people with disabilities over time. One of the obstructions was building officials want to have the responsibility to enforce civil rights legislation. A developer of a high-rise came into my desk, and I was telling him I'll just go talk to the mayor. If you won't sign my document, that's exactly what he did. And developer developed that property without complying with the law. Building officials about what accessibility means of accessibility in the state of California. And I would challenge any one of you to tell me what the implications of almost any regulations are needed to ensure that that person had access to the built environment. Because when we come down to the bottom line, if you don't have access to the built environment, you are excluded from society. Now, in the snow, we don't do that anymore. My disappointment with you is profound. The state architect. Now, the state architect, his responsibility is to find out. He's supposed to know. He's mandated to know. And if he doesn't know, that if he takes the details of what is required to make an accessible route accessible out of the code, that the building official is not going to enforce it. Because then it becomes a matter of opinion. And Mayor Bradley is not going to smile nicely when his campaign contributor comes in and says, this building official is making me do something that's not required by the code. If that state architect doesn't realize that that is a significant reduction in access, well, you know, I would just say I should have more sympathy, because people with cognitive disabilities are disabled people too. but they shouldn't be the state architect. And I would say to you, ladies and gentlemen, you're not off the hook. You passed regulations through this commission that exempt the parking places for electric vehicles, charging stations. You know, there's a reason why handicap parking space is bigger. You've passed them. You passed regulations to the nth degree. And your responsibility is to be the fountainhead. And your responsibility is, ladies and gentlemen, to ensure that the regulations that you promulgate, you make the rules. The regulations that you promulgate meets the statutory obligation, even if the state architect has a cognitive disability. Now, excluding us from participation in society is a two-edged sword, and I admit, I cop to the fact that I have mixed feelings about whether or not I should let you do it. If I stop you, people with disabilities become complacent. They think that they can have a seat at the table. They think that they can have participation. If I don't stop you, then they get excluded again. They become increasingly angry. And the forces, the centrifugal forces that drive them apart and make them live separate lives are overcome by their overwhelming common need, and you're going to have demonstrators in your streets again. This street, for this meeting, in 5 years, if you continue down this path, you won't be able to have this meeting, because there will be people in the street obstructing traffic and preventing you from getting to this building. If you look at the history of accessibility, ladies and gentlemen, you notice one thing. 1969, California passed accessibility laws, and there were 6 pages of regulations. They didn't get enforced. In 1982, there were 120 pages of regulations. They didn't get enforced. By then, the feds had passed some federal regulations, and they didn't get enforced. So, Section 504 of the Rehab Act got passed, and it wasn't enforced. So the ADA came. Why did the ADA include more of everything than anything before? Because the predecessors didn't get enforced. Now, already the middle group of people with disabilities have gotten into society, they're not going to let you push them back onto the fringe. We're not going to let that happen. In fact, the ADA has gotten closer to the severely disabled on the street. They're not going to let you put them back in the box. Now, I want to tell you, Section 4459A says you can't reduce accessibility in the state of California. It says you can't increase it. Mr. State Architect, you can't increase it. But what we've got, you're supposed to hold on to. Well, I'm telling you here and now, this latest group is just, this may be the tipping point, this latest group of regulations, because it really takes a big bite. Not the little bites that are annoying, but the big bites that make a big difference. And you're our guardians. You're the last people. You're the people who make the law. And we're here telling you the law is cutting us out. The law is eroding our civil rights. The laws that you're passing are eroding our civil rights. We won't continue to tolerate it forever, ladies and gentlemen. We do have alternatives. We've been there before. When you had Crips sitting in San Francisco in front of buses obstructing traffic there because the American Public Transportation Association was having a convention, that's the kind of people that you're going to drive out in the streets in Sacramento. Right. People who have nothing to lose, because you'll leave them nothing to lose. Now, I plead with you. To reverse the trend, to require meaningful input from the community and meaningful change of direction in where the regulations are going. Because we have nowhere to go. We have nowhere to go. This is the last stop. This is the choke point. Thank you for being patient with me. Please reject this bundle of blatant violations of the law. Force the state architect to start complying with the law, including certifying that the regulations that he brings before you do not reduce accessibility in the state of California. If you don't do that, you are eroding our civil rights. We're not babies you can throw out in the cold. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Atwood. All right, we have still many, many more people that wish to speak today, and I wish to hear them. So I really ask, please try and, so everyone gets an opportunity to speak. I ask, I know every word is important and I want to hear every word, but try and limit so the other 8, 9, 10 people can come before us, okay? Please. Jim Cox. Okay, thank you.
I'm going to take advantage of the chair. All right, this one's on.
Yes.
Madam Chairman, thank you. I'm glad you take the time to listen to us today.
I'm sorry, could you reintroduce yourself?
I'm Jim Cox. I'm from Toll House, California. It's about 40 miles east of Fresno in the Sierra. I've been disabled since 1977, and I've been working with various ILCs for off and on for most of that time. But more than that, I have a spinal cord injury, and that spinal cord injury makes it difficult for me to maneuver around, and so I need to use the handicap parking spaces. Not always, but sometimes, and as you can see, I can walk, but length of the distance is imperative. And many of them are quite a ways away from the buildings now. And they frequently are obstructed. And these, this has been something we've been working on since, well, I started in 1978, but they were going on. This started Jerry Brown's first term of office. He appointed the first director of the Department of Rehab. He appointed or Chet Weedham as state architect. And my experience with the architects is that some of them have no clue about ADA access and what's accessible. Putting in ramps where a flat access would have been sufficient. Putting in stairs that where they didn't need it. Allowing people to build things in a way that, in 2 community colleges I've been involved in changes. One in the library at Fresno City College, and we worked with various architects and the Department of Disabled Student Services, and we got a very nicely accessible library. But we had a lot of input from architects and the disabled, and we work very well with people when we're given a chance. But over at Willow International Center, or now it's Clovis Community College, the architect there ignored input from the disabled. He got doors that I couldn't fit through in my wheelchair. He put smoke alarms in chimneys. He put obstacles so that I had to travel 3 times the length to get from one building to another than if I could just maneuver around separately on my own. In other words, that was an architectural barrier. And most of those architectural barriers that he put in were unnecessary. When he designed the handicap parking, he set it up in a way that the handicap parking made you travel half again the distance the able-bodied parking was. So that he didn't understand what it was to be in ADA compliance. He didn't understand why the thing was there. Oh, sure, the handicap parking was out where everybody could see it. It put on a good show, but when it came to access, it was a problem. When I went to go, they finished the Willow International Center, I went to go to class, I parked in the handicap parking, and I discovered they left the curb cuts out. And when I approached the university president about it in a nice manner, he told me that, oh, well, those aren't required because it's not safe for you to cross there. Well, I politely explained to him that if it wasn't safe for me to cross there, then it wasn't safe for the able-bodied students to cross there, that there was too much traffic for them. In other words, if it's safe for the able-bodied students, it should be safe for me. And they actually, by leaving that curb cut out, caused me to fall. And they put my safety in danger by making me fall on a public street. And this is what we're trying to accomplish. This is why we're opposing these changes. We don't want to roll it back, but we want to be safe. We want to have access. We can be a good contributing members of society if we're given the access. And this is really what it comes down to. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Cox. I appreciate that very much. Okay, Christine Fitzgerald?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Committee. I am 50 years old. Because I'm 50 years old and I've had my cerebral palsy and my glaucoma since I was born, I should be considered an expert on my own disabilities and what I need. I appreciate everything that you do and continue to do to make things accessible for us. However, I wish they would repeal what you have before you now, because it rolls back everything. When I was in school, in about 1974, 75, I was going to Chandler Trip School, and we had a bus stop right at the edge of the school. The bus rolled by because it wasn't accessible. Nowadays, the buses are accessible, and I'm on the Committee for Transit Access for Santa Clara County. I'm very proud of that. I'm fighting for not only my right, but for everybody's rights. A friend and I, a long time ago, attended a concert. She in her van, I in my own. I can no longer drive for myself, so I need assistance. I can no longer really see for myself. I can see some things. I can see that the captioning is going on, but I can't distinguish what the captioning says. But for me, it's not important. But it is important for somebody with hard of hearing or who is deaf. Taking one step back with the image I gave you just a second ago with my friend and I driving our vans. Without our accessible vans, we wouldn't have been able to do that. The technology has changed. The services that are provided to us need to change too and keep up with us. Who's to say that the Google van, or pardon me, that's my own wish. Right now it's strictly a Google car, but I want a Google van. Who's to say that that Google van couldn't take advantage of that charging station? Because I use a wheelchair, I need access to the van, whether I'm a passenger or the supposed driver of the van. Everything you see us do and trying to maneuver, even in this room, with a gaggle of people in wheelchairs. It's a challenge. We're up for the challenge. We've been up for the challenge before. We blocked the City Hall in San Francisco once. We could do it in Sacramento as well. Please work with us, not against us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fitzgerald. I have a request from Nicole Sykes. Nicole? Is Nicole in the? Yeah, she's in. Okay, thank you.
She needs an interpreter for the letter.
Good afternoon. My name is Nicole Sykes, and I want to say that these proposed accessibility measures are completely absurd. Having a severe lifelong physical disability, I'm dependent on certain things like curb cuts and accessible buildings. What would happen if I'm not able to see my doctor because their office is inaccessible? Or if their office does not have an accessible entrance, or if I wanted to go to a movie or a concert and the venue was not accessible to wheelchairs? I, along with all my disabled allies, have the right to go and do whatever we want, whenever we want. I also hope you remember that these laws not only help people with disabilities now, but they help everyone. Curb cuts help mothers with strollers. Elevators help FedEx make their deliveries. Having wider aisles in restaurants helps you take your elderly parent out to dinner. Please consider it before making your decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sykes. Thank you. We have a request from Ted Jackson. Please sit, yeah, if you're comfortable sitting down.
Thank you. My name is Ted Jackson. I'm the Community Organizing Director at California Foundation for Independent Living Centers. We are a membership organization of 23 of the 28 independent living centers across California, and we have a program that I run called the Disability Organizing Network that helped bring all of these folks here today to express ourselves to the commission. I'm actually coming up, and I will be brief, to offer you some help. You're hearing a lot of things today which are true, and we are very committed to citizen interaction in the policies that are created by the state of California. And we have some experience here. Working with the Secretary of State's office and working with county election officials across California, we've been one of the organizations that has rejuvenated voter accessibility advisory committees across California that has greatly increased access to elections for voters with disabilities with national recognition even by the White House and the ACLU. California is the most accessible state in the country for online voter registration, thanks to this work. We believe that you should reactivate your Accessibility Advisory Committee. You need it. I don't know if there are any people with disabilities on this board, on this commission, but you need to be seeking the advice of the people that are most affected by the policy. That's what democracy is. The moment in a democracy we stop seeking the input of the people most affected by a policy, we stop living out our democratic values. And so what I'm here to offer help is helping you organize, develop, and build that advisory committee. We've been doing it actually quite frequently in transportation circles with the Secretary of State's office, with county elections officials. And so it's not something new to us. I'm not here to say that I want to be on that group, but I want to help you build it. You have my phone number. It's on the form. I will leave my information. And I'm here to offer myself to be a bridge, and my program to be a bridge between you and the folks that are out here. I would ask you to not ever underestimate the ability of a person with a disability to be completely knowledgeable about the policy that surrounds their lives, or to be thinking that a person with a disability doesn't have the degrees or the knowledge to be efficient in that policy area. From my own personal life, I don't have a visible disability, but I encounter barriers all the time, not so many of the things that we're talking about today. But I can tell you, I went to school in the United Kingdom at a rural college that was 950 years old. My physical barrier was that I'm 6'5". A lot of buildings are quite small there. I went to a 950-year-old university, and I kid you not, the dorms, some of the dorms were commissioned by a Tudor king. But they were more accessible than some of the buildings I have seen in the city of Sacramento and around the state of California. Without throwing out the integrity and historical value of those buildings, they found ways to add ramps, to add lifts, to add elevators, all those things, and make that campus accessible. So earlier today, I heard that California is the gold standard, and it certainly is. When we get beaten out by construction commissioned by Henry VIII, I think that we need to take a serious look about how we're engaging our own community and our own people in the construction of the buildings that they use and that are there to serve them. So again, I offer my help. You can reach out to me and to be a bridge and a conduit between the community and you, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Appreciate it very much. We have 3 remaining requests. Kristen Ansel, excuse me. I've just been told that we also, excuse me, I'm sorry, Ms. Ansel. We also have some people on the phone who would like to speak, so I'm just letting everyone know that there are still many who would like to speak today. So thank you. Please proceed.
Hi, thank you for your time. My name is Kristen Ansel, and I'm here to represent the youth who are disabled. And as of 3 years ago, I was not disabled, and I was going along with my life, and I had a spinal injury, and I was left paralyzed, and I had to learn a whole new world. And I had to learn how to go through therapy, to walk, to talk, and function, and do everything that I thought I really took granted for. And I think the best thing for this committee, I think, would be for you to put yourself in our shoes, to really understand our side, to spend just 24 hours sitting in a wheelchair for the whole day, going around Sacramento, going around and see the obstacles that we face, and also walking with a cane, figuring out, where is the bathroom, at all time, because sometimes some of us have to be doing that. And until you realize what we're going through every day and the challenges, then you can realize what our side is really about. And as for the youth as one of youth with disabilities, I think it's very hard to see that this is very discouraging and disheartening to see, especially after Martin Luther King Jr. Day, how we are going down in just it's very hard to see, and I am just kind of in shock, really, actually, that how people are pulling away, parking spots, and like, why on earth would you even think about that? What if I was handicapped and I had an electric car? Where would I park? I can't park all the way across the parking lot. I can't do that. So it just, I don't know how some of these things seem logical, but I give you my advice about trying to see our side of this and not, I know you understand about monies and dollars and grants and proposals and things I probably don't understand, but until you guys sit one day in our shoes, then I think you at least maybe understand us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ansel. I have a request from Dolores Tejada? I'm sorry? Oh. Well, perhaps she's coming back in, so we'll go to the next person. Okay, well, we'll just go to the next person, and we will return to her. Tim Tahimish? Sorry if I mispronounced your name.
Madam Speaker, members of the commission, thank you for listening to this large body today of interested people. I've sat through, my name's Tim Timish. I'm from Walnut Creek. I'm a civil rights attorney. I represent persons with disabilities in court. And I can appreciate not only the necessity of clear regulations that are strong and enforceable, but also, more importantly, what these regulations mean to the everyday lives of persons with disabilities. They're critical, and the work you do is important. And I hope to make that clear to you right now. I've sat through many building standard hearings, and they're not always very interesting. You folks have plumbers in here. I sat through ABS pipe regulations. But today, I would imagine you're getting something different. You're hearing from users of the product. That doesn't happen very often. You're used to hearing from the industry, people who are invested, like me, in the outcome. I'm invested in making sure I can represent these people effectively. The people at my back are the ones that are going to use it. Getting these folks here today, and I've been involved in past efforts, getting these folks here today is a major feat. You heard one of the speakers say that they have to provide funding. That's the small part. The big part is just the transportation, the caregivers. They're rearranging. That's why you don't see them every time. That's why they show up on the phone. That's why it's critical they be heard, by the way. I think you heard about one of the horror stories where people get on the phone and you don't know they're there because they never get a chance to speak. So you're getting something different today, and let me come back to that. I would echo all the sentiments by Ms. Barbosa, Ms. DeLille, that this process needs to be changed to provide not only sunshine during the regulatory process, but participation. But I think there's a bigger point. when Mr. Whittam sits here, or his representatives, you should have one question, and that is, how are his proposals fitting in with his current day mandate, not his historical one. His historical one was to evolve the code. Today, as you know, his mandate has been narrowed to a very narrow path. His mandate is to get us certified. Our code needs to be certified by the Department of Justice. It's something the building industry favors because they want codes that conform. It's something the disabled community wants because they want to see our code rise up and qualify with the ADA. So that's the narrow path. Ms. Arnold and Mr. Atwood touched on Government Code 4459A. I've got it in front of me. It's not subject to interpretation. His job is to get us certified. He can't lower the standards. He can't increase the standards. He's going to get us certified, and he'll clarify the California code where necessary in that certification process to make sure it doesn't diminish. It's right there. I'm not interpreting. It's Government Code 4459A. It's easy. So, what's my point? When Mr. Whittam sits here and makes a proposal, and this is what you're not going to get because there hasn't been sunshine and participation. When he makes a proposal, you're going to ask, what does the ADA provide? What does California provide? And how does your proposal get us to certification without lowering California standards? Anything else he proposes, getting rid of shower controls, for heaven's sakes? How does that help certification? The folks here have talked about their disabilities. Sometimes we say that there's no such thing as disabilities, there's unique abilities. But I think you saw that today. 40 years ago, before this process started, and it has been 45 years since this process started in California, you didn't have this brain trust. These people, their ability to see what we can't see, to hear what we can't hear, to understand, to believe, and now to participate is because of the good work you folks do. Someone called you guardians. That's exactly what you are. It's you folks that are going to make sure the mandate is carried out. That's your jurisdiction. That's your mandate. Your God-sworn duty. They call him the state architect. I wish you'd change his title to Building Safety and Accessibility, because architects don't, that title doesn't fit a mandate. Doesn't fit a mandate.
Amish, I'm sorry, our
Thank you.
recorder's is about almost an hour and a half now, so could you please?
I was finishing up.
Yeah,
I was
thank you.
finishing up.
Thank you.
Please send these regulations back. And when you see us in 5 years, ask Mr. Whittam to follow the mandate and show how he's advancing certification. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we have people still on the phones. I don't want those who are in the queue, please remain on for us. We need about a 15-minute break. 5, 10? Can you wait 10 minutes?
Can the captioner go another 10 minutes? Thank you.
Okay, please come forward if you could and state your name And if you can be concise, that would be great, for you
Yeah,
as well
absolutely.
as for our recorder.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Dolores Tejada. I'm from Community Resources for Independent Living, where I'm the community organizer.
Slow.
Am I talking too fast?
Yeah.
Okay. So Dolores Tejada, Community Resources for Independent Living. I'm the community organizer there. I'm also a member of the Disability Organizing Network. I've been an organizer for 7 years now in the disability community, not as long as some of the great folks we heard speak earlier today. And I just want to say that it's really an injustice that we are still out here having to fight for some basic rights after so long and after the many years and generations of having to do this work and having to do this labor. And so I also think that it's really is a job of the state architect to kind of uphold standards and not to be regressive in that work. And the fact that we're out here having to do that, it's just not speaking well of the work he's doing. I also want to mention that I am someone who is a person of color. I'm from a low-income community, and I'm also queer. So I represent a lot of people who can't be in this room today or even on the phone because they may be in institutions, they may be incarcerated, or they may be isolated in their homes. So I just want us to honor the fact that there's a lot of people who could not be here and who cannot speak because they don't have access. So I do want to say one thing is that the way that the regulations are being written now, it's really perpetuating ableism, which is a term a lot of people aren't familiar with. But ableism is really kind of the assumption of what people with disabilities can or can't do, and it spirals into more other things like discrimination. And so ableism is really the devaluing of people with disabilities, and that's exactly what these proposed changes and these regressive tactics are really doing. And a lack of access in the community not only discriminates, but it decreases our community participation, which means that we will be isolated from communities that we have a right to be in. And it is our right under the Olmsted decision to be in community spaces. So this isolation could lead to many things, including reinstitutionalization, which we have fought long and hard not to have. So setting back the disability rights movement more than 30 years, and costing the state and taxpayers even more money if we end up in institutions. And dying. So you have the opportunity to end this isolation and this discrimination so that folks like me who are still new to disability rights don't have to keep fighting this same exhaustive fight continuously. So I just kind of want to reiterate some of the demands just so that we're clear. We are really asking to reinstate the Disability Advisory Committee or Commission. Not only that, but requiring that that the standards be approved by the commission before they move forward into being passed. Making all future meetings accessible. That means allowing just time to speak on a topic, not cutting people off after 1 minute. If you have a processing disability, like I sometimes do, if you have a speech disability, 1 minute is not
Slow down
adequate.
just a little bit.
Okay.
We're all under a time constraint.
Yeah.
We want to make sure we record you properly.
Cool. I'm asking that you not move forward with the proposed plan, which a lot of folks are saying. And I also want to reiterate what one earlier speaker said about seeking assistance from outside agencies to reestablishing the Disability Commission, but also, and there's plenty of people who can offer this, including myself. I would also like to encourage all of you to become more abreast of what having a disability or being in the disability community means, including learning about the history of disability rights and learning about disability history and also disability justice and what that looks like, because we're not folks to be pitied. We're not folks asking for a handout. We're really out here utilizing our voices, and we should be respected for that. And for me, this isn't a pity story. This isn't something that is some huge feat for any of us. This is something that we have to continuously do, and that is not something that should be disrespected. So at last, I just want to ask that all of you guys think really think more deeply about the state architect, Chet Whittam, and what what perception he is putting out there, and what the type of work that he is doing, and really the injustices that he is perpetuating, and to ensure, honestly, like someone said earlier, he kind of needs to be out of a job, because if he is going to make communities inaccessible for all of us, including limiting our access to employment, then he needs to be in that unemployment line with the rest of us. Thank you.
It is 3:30. We will break for 15 minutes, and I hope the folks on the phone can hold in the queue. Thank you. No,
If you want 4:30 or
wait,
we checked it.
we're Julie said go for it and act like it's 5:30. We're gonna take the people on the phone, so we can't get into 5:08, because if we get,
Right,
they'll be
exactly.
furious. They're gonna be furious because those who wanted to speak on 5:08.
Right. Well,
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We need to get underway. Okay, we have more requests that have come in, and we have some time difficulties. I have promised the people on the phone that they can speak next. I know there's some logistical issues for other people, but I just now was handed their request. I didn't have them earlier, so people have been waiting on the phone for quite some time, so I am going to need to turn to the phone. We also have some issues in terms of where we are in the agenda. We are still, I will just remind you all, we're still on item number 13, which is speaking about agenda items that are not on the agenda. Okay? All right, I'm going to read some instructions for people on the phone because I understand there's been some confusion. So this is for folks that are on the phone. If you wish to make a comment on a specific agenda item, please listen for the commission chair, myself, to ask for any comments from the public. We've already been doing that. At this time, please place yourself into the queue by pressing 1 and then 0 on your keypad. When I take any comments from participants in attendance in the room, that will come first, and then we will move to those on the phone. So we're now moving to those on the phone. So if you've pressed 1 and 0, you are in the queue. And once you have pressed 1 and 0, you will be notified when the speaker is ready for your question. To withdraw from your question or your queue, press 1, 0. So please do not press 1, 0 and then again 1, 0 because you're going to fall out of the queue. If you've already done that, best to start over by pressing 1 and 0 and then listen for that quote that will be, please ask your question after the tone. A tone will sound and the caller is now in talk mode. Okay? Is that clear as mud to everybody? All right, we're gonna now go to the phones. So could we please have the first caller, and when the first caller comes on, please clearly state your name and speak slowly so we can properly record you.
You have 2 questions remaining.
Yes, my name is Craig Yates, and my question, mine is not a question but a statement in regards to the situation that you're addressing. I believe that I agree with everyone there, and the disability situations should be kept in place. Nothing should be changed. If nothing else, it should be reinforced so that we all live as one community. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yates. The next caller.
You have 1 question remaining.
Hello, my name is Dawn Anderson. I'm an architect, CASP, and I am on the Access Advisory Committee for the Building Standards Commission. And I would like to just share a couple of words about the process through DSA. And I believe that more public interaction should have been manifested to create the regulations. Many of the short-term study and advisements that were given in committee were not taken heed by DSA. No amendments were made to the proposed regulations. And I believe that the electrical vehicle charging station issue was not fully vetted. Knowing that California is moving forward with new language that may be interpreted as superseding the model code used here, which is the ADA standards, and knowing that federal money was used by taxpayers to fund Governor Brown's initiative to have electrical vehicle charging stations in California, that this issue be properly vetted so that there's no ambiguity and confusion by landowners, by jurisdictions that enforce these regulations, and by architects and designers and CASP that need to interpret these regulations and task force determinations of access. Therefore, I would encourage the Commission to disapprove these accessibility amendments for especially electrical vehicle charging stations, and in addition, require the state to more properly vet these issues, keeping in mind that a discriminated class of people have not been fully heard. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Double check whether there's anyone else who would like to speak from the phone, because I know we've had others listening in.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay, I will turn back then, thank you, to someone from the audience that has a bus, and I hope it hasn't already, we haven't blown through your time. Evan Levang? Madam Chair, he's from Chico, and he may have already left. I think he's here.
I'm right here, Sheila. It's good to see you, Sheila. Thank you
Please,
for...
you may take a chair to be more comfortable, if you would like.
All right. So I'm the Executive Director of Disability Action Center. We're a nonprofit that provides direct services and advocacy for people with disabilities over 8 counties in northeastern California. We brought a busload of citizens with disabilities here today.
Thank you.
And we speak for a great many people who want to be here today but couldn't make it. And we have a simple message, and that is to reject. We ask you to reject the amendments, the amendment package. We ask that you reinstate a viable disability advisory committee, and that you do your utmost to see that access is not reduced and that it is in fact expanded in our great state. And for the rest of my time, I'd like to introduce you very quickly to one of our advocates, Teresa Oliver.
I work for I'm a volunteer at the Disability Action Center. I want to keep this super short and sweet. It's been a long time. So what I like to say is what Ted Jackson said, I'd like to back him up all the way. I've been on a few of his committees, and what he does and the work that they do working with community councils, and we work on the streets, but I'm sure that you guys could do the same with building codes as well. And it just, collaboration, and just really it's pretty simple. You want to do sorry, I lost my track of thought. Anyway, thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else here in the audience who would like to address please come forward? Oh, okay. And if you could just state your name, that would be terrific.
Sure. Thank you very much. My name is Anna Acton. I'm with Freed Center for Independent Living. I'm the executive director there. I'm also the chair of the California Foundation for Independent Living Centers. So I would like to, again, extend the offer to work with all of you in putting together a viable, strong disability action commission. I truly believe that if we work together and we get the input of all stakeholders, including people with disabilities and with a variety of disabilities, we will come together and have much stronger outcomes and proposals for regulation change that's going to be meaningful and more usable for our community. So in addition to using a wheelchair myself, I also have a 3.5-year-old son. And I want to tell you that having a disability and using a wheelchair and needing the accessibility requirements became tenfold when I'm trying to carry around a baby and now a 3.5-year-old. If you can only imagine going through a shopping center parking lot in the rain with a 3.5-year-old, it's a very frightening experience. You're not seen. You're putting your own welfare and your child's welfare at risk when trying to negotiate the community. So I really would like to see the state stay strong with disability access standards. And I want to remind you all that it's not just about the measurements. It's not about the slope. It's not about the width. This is about people like me being able to go out in the community. It's about going to the park with my son. It's about getting a job. We work with so many people who want to be gainfully employed, want to contribute to the community, and frankly, when I went to go and look for a job, I was so limited just because the lack of accessibility. I couldn't get in the store. I can't get behind the desk. There are so many things that make it impossible for someone like me to be able to get a job. And so these are the kind of things that we really work for around equality and community participation. And it really starts with the physical access piece. It's a critical piece of that. If we, it's the man-made environment, we build it. And if we can make it universally designed and accessible by everyone, then we get equal opportunity to live the American dream, to live the life that we want to live. I could tell you many stories of local accessibility. I can tell you about how in Yuba City they upgraded Plumas Street to make it beautiful and totally, ignored accessibility requirements, didn't want to put accessible parking on the streets, put 2 steps down from the parking to the sidewalk, and it finally took a community member going to the Department of Justice filing a complaint, and they came down and said, "City, you can't make this whole beautiful street totally inaccessible. You have to put in accessibility requirements." And they did. And I can tell you now there's accessible parking on the street, and I guarantee you no one driving down that street says, "Gosh, this is such a beautiful street. If only there weren't accessible parking on the street." I think, I live in Nevada City. I live in a very historic area, historic buildings. I could tell you stories locally about a local coffee shop doing their due diligence as a business member, trying to make their facility accessible, and having the city literally work against them, being creative of how to get a good path of travel into the facility. And we worked with them, and we talked about redoing the sidewalk a little bit so it could be made accessible. No, that wouldn't work for the city. We talked about putting automatic door openers in so that someone could sit on a level landing and push a button and go in.
Can you slow down just a little bit?
Sorry.
Thank you.
And that the city said, no, there's no push-button accessible door openers in town, and we're not going to start allowing them now. So while we do the best, and we know that there's good business owners that are bought into it, they want to do the right thing. We know that some cities are being very proactive. We know that there's still a lot of stigma and there's a lot of opportunity and that people will take to not create good access. And so we really look to all of you. We look to the building standards to be clear so that we can ensure that they're easily interpreted and implemented to the best of their ability. Thank you very much.
Could you repeat your name one more time for me? I'm sorry.
It's Anna Acton, ANAACTON. And I will just part by saying that I'm looking to get a plug-in electric vehicle. I am right now, and I'm going to need accessibility. So
Thank you. Thank you very much. Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to speak on item 13, which is those items not on the agenda? Okay. Hang on one second. Okay, it's been a long day for all of us, and we have quite an agenda for tomorrow. We do have the agenda item. We would begin with agenda item 5A, which we were going to bring up at 1 o'clock promptly, but we had this request to please take the general comments up instead, so we changed the agenda, but now that it's 4 o'clock, I'm afraid we don't have time for the public participation in bringing up another item. So tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, we'll begin with item 5A. And I apologize to those of you who had put in speaker cards to speak directly to 5A. If you can't join us in person, which I know is difficult, given the weather and everything else, although I think the sun's supposed to shine tomorrow, you certainly can call in. And if anyone needs directions as to how to do that, or you want to share directions with somebody that would like to call in, staff can give you those directions. I read part of them earlier to you. So I would hope that those people that wanted to speak today on 5A can either be here tomorrow to do so or can call in. Again, I really appreciate all the hard work that went into providing testimony today. I appreciate the difficulties, the long travel, particularly in the inclement weather, and I appreciate very much everyone's patience. As I said earlier, all of your words are extremely important, your explanations are extremely important, and obviously your passion is extremely important. So I appreciate the time that you've spent with us here today, and to those that have already had to depart. So I am going to ask for a motion to adjourn. That's for adjournment for today, is that correct, Janet? Oh, a motion to continue tomorrow. Okay, sorry, little Robert's rules. Instead, I will be asking for a motion to continue the meeting tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. There was a motion, I made a new motion, so why don't you, that's the motion. Okay. The motion's been made and seconded to continue the meeting tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, the California Building Standards Commission. Thank you all very much.